The voice vote thing is
Sorry.
so convenient. No, don't. We're not taping, right, Holly? I got to watch my Spectrum comments. No, I wasn't intended at anyone. I get it. It's convenient.
I'm actually in Boston, so it's not like I'm broadcasting from around the corner.
Not only convenient, it's a necessity.
Yeah.
Okay, what time? Oh, it's 4:01. Let me get my goggles on. Well, I should take off my hat. My hair's a mess. Oh, heavens to Murgatroyd. Okay, whenever you're ready, Holly. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this edition of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It is January 28th at 4 p.m. This meeting is being audio-video recorded. Anything you say or share on the screen will be shown on the town's YouTube site. Please act accordingly. No one in the audience to record us. Don't need to make that comment. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda, please?
Motion to approve the agenda, please.
It'll be Abby, Val, me, and Joe. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Let's see here. Oh, bear with me, folks. Okay. I was just checking on whether I had an old business issue. Commission discussion. We're getting some reverb. I can turn my mic off. Okay. Commissioner discussion. I asked to have this put on the agenda. I request this to be on the agenda. Feasibility study and design for flood mitigation. This is Easy Street downtown. I thought this is the Francis Beach Street that we had asked about.
Not the Francis one, this is the one that
Oh, the one that we had been requested to attend.
it's this one.
Okay, well, this is going to be a general comment. One of these projects, very important project, is being undertaken by the town, and there's various committees involved, all doing very important work. One of them is labeled at the design stage of 30%. On the 13th and the 15th of this month, there were virtual events for public feedback. On the 17th, the Historic Commission, not the Nantucket Historic District Commission, the Nantucket Historic Commission met and looked at it and commented a little bit on the design. The feedback from parties is billed as crucial in shaping future designs. I just wanted to say, as a friendly reminder, that the HDC is the authority having jurisdiction. And early, perhaps often, input from the HDC is probably most beneficial, especially the often part if there's substantive changes made. So it would be beneficial to see that project. I think the design portion was all about 7 minutes or less at the Historic Commission. I think the relevant takeaway here is it's not about a particular project, it's about setting up for good future involvement, noting that unlike, for instance, Martin's Way, where a driveway access was deemed not to be the HDC's purview, but the materials were, in any instance where a structure is being constructed, the HDC, and it's visible from a public way, the HDC has purview. So this clearly involves some structures, and I just wanted to put it out there so that we could get maybe Holly, if you could coordinate the persons on design, and we could do 2 of them, and we could do like a, the topics aren't the necessity, the value, all those things are wonderful, but the HDC is looking at the design and the materials.
Can I clarify something for you,
Yep.
Mr. Chair? So there might be a little confusion. There's actually 2 different projects. One is the Francis Street on Washington Street. It's a land bank / Town of Nantucket project, which is to take that park at the head of Francis Street. That was the project that you were referencing to, that the Historical Commission recently had basically a discussion by both the Natural Resources Department as well as the Land Bank's executive director. That is something that I have explained that the HTC would want to opine on materials, just as you had mentioned. There is another project which is associated with the Coastal Resiliency Plan and the flood barrier project that the town of Nantucket has received a CZM, Coastal Zone Management, funding for a feasibility study, which is been done by, or being worked on, which they're at only a certain percentage of the process, but this project goes till, the feasibility study goes till June of this year. This is the one that I had sent an email to you and the chair of the Historical Commission on, where the select board is wanting to have a public meeting. They're going to have another open house, this project team. So there's two different projects. They're obviously associated with the character and setting of the whole historic district, and we want to make sure this commission is involved with that. But I just want to clarify that confusion. Let me know if you have any questions on that. Thank you.
Sure, thanks. So the takeaway here is that the HTC is not involved just in material selection. That's number one. Number two is that in both of these projects, there's structures involved, my understanding. And number three is, as I said, it's probably best to get, especially where public input and other boards' input is being deemed as crucial to the ultimate design. I think the HCC should, again, be included early and often. And it's just a reminder, I think that's going to be a good practice. We want to not have anyone be surprised where town dollars are involved in, or public partnerships are involved in, we don't want there to be any surprises in the outcomes. Much like we had our Island Home come in early, very early, I think that was helpful to the process. And we see even then, there were some design changes requested. So as opposed to having these be substantive design changes at a late date after people are invested, both in terms of dollars and a sense of ownership, beneficial to get the HEC involved. Thank you for the clarification. I just wanted to touch base on that. Holly and I will talk about maybe scheduling. Holly is obviously the town's preservation planner, so she liaisons on those topics and with the HDC. Okay, old business. Does anyone need, let's see, Toll Pond View, Linda is here. Do we have a butters present in the queue? Linda, just hold on a second. You're going to please approach the mic. We're going to have neat, orderly. Let's see. So pool hardscape is number one. The board is myself, Ray, Angus, Abby, and Joe. Connie is listed as an alternate. If this were to continue, just be aware of that, and you might want to have her mulling in for a future. Okay. And actually, that is your board with the same alternate scenario for all three of these applications.
Yep.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and present? I wanted to just clarify. So we held this over for modifications to drawings that were to be labeled for this meeting, correct? That was my pretty clear understanding of, okay. Okay, Linda, please go ahead.
If you want to put the plan up there, you can do all three of them at one time. The neighbors didn't realize that it was coming back tonight. They thought it was, we went back and forth with emails that Holly was copied on today. They thought that this was terminated and we had to reapply and all this other stuff, and I understand what their concerns are. Their concerns are related to noise, because they're getting it from all three sides out there right now. And that was pretty much it, noise and water. But the pools are in the watershed, and I told her that, and they can't be dumped into the ground because they're in the Myacomet watershed, so they have to be drained by a professional person.
Okay, Linda, I just want to interrupt quickly on that. So at the last meeting, we established that this, it was very clear, and John was here, and I think Sandy was online. and at least those two understood. I understand a lot of this process is confusing. I've read
It
the
is
emails.
confusing for them.
There's a lot of topics that aren't in our purview simply because we review architectural character and setting,
Right.
not the other things that are important backdrops like sound
Yeah.
and uses. Those are planning board items.
And I explained it to them again
But they were
today.
aware that the 28th, so when you say
Yeah.
neighbors weren't aware, are you talking about someone else?
No, they weren't aware that it was coming back up today under old business. They thought it was off
No, we
indefinitely.
clarified that at the last meeting.
We did, but they were confused by that, so we clarified that today.
Okay, well, we'll let them speak for themselves. I think that's important too. Okay, so Linda, just on the merits, why don't we kind of proceed through this?
On the merits, there's the pool, where the secondary dwelling is, which is up on the top left corner up there behind the secondary dwelling and behind a substantial amount of greenery, which she showed in the picture, which were put in with the pictures from Alicia. And they're going to augment that intensely, but it is behind the other dwelling, and we reduce the size of the patio area on their side. On the neighbor that we're talking about is up on the upper right. So we reduced some of the hardscape on that side, plus pulled it back so it's not going past the side of the house. So that is the pool.
Okay, thank you.
And
Let's
there's
see.
obviously, there's a pergola down here, there's some other miscellaneous
Okay, but we're just
stuff.
doing the pool now,
Well, the
right?
pool is involved the hardscape, which is a pergola, a gate, and a few other smaller items, which you can see on your plans.
What's the size of that pool?
Okay,
I can't see it from
questions?
here. I
Joe?
can't see it from here.
I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Because it
Just wanna-
changed.
Yeah, I zooming in, I can't read it. I was just
It looks
curious.
like 15 by 30.
I think, is
Mr. Chair?
Lindsay up there, Holly?
Yes, he is.
You might as well
Okay,
bring
and
Lindsay
Holly,
over.
if Ray or Angus
I'll just pull up the plan real quick on my
let
own.
me know if they raised their hand or say.
Mr. Chair?
Ray and Angus, just please say, Mr. Chair, if you want to chime in, so I know.
But if you want to, if Joe wants an answer,
30
Lindsay's.
Hold on a second, everyone. I don't understand what's
I
going
wanna
on
answer
here.
his question.
Hold on a minute. Joe asked a question.
Right.
He has the
Lindsay's up
floor.
there.
What's the size, Linda, for the record?
Lindsay's up there to give you the
I'm
answer.
pulling-
Lindsay,
pulling
what's
it
the
up.
size?
I'm pulling it up right now.
Okay, in the interim, hold on, Kathy.
It's
Mr.
on the
Chair, the
application.
through
You have
you,
it?
the size is 30 by 15.
Yeah.
30 by 15. Lindsay, does that match your drawing?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Can we get a hold of them to tone this down? This is like trying
Mr. Chair, I have one more question.
Joe, please.
We're talking about this one pool.
Yeah, the other
Right.
one's already approved and in.
Yeah, okay.
And then we're talking about a pergola down with the other pool that's already there and a few other miscellaneous things.
Well, we're
Okay.
But
talking-
with the other pool, Joe, we are adding a spa, which is adding a raised
All right,
spa.
that Lindsay?
Yeah,
Yep, that is.
So you're saying a pool and a spa?
Well,
For the
there's,
pool, on the existing house, on the main house, the pool's existing, but on that, we're adding a spa to that pool, an exterior spa to that pool.
Okay, Joe?
yeah, thanks for clarifying. That's why there were clouds up there by that pool.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
thought that pool was existing, so Lindsay just explained that.
the lower right is the existing.
Linda, please. Joe, are you good with?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. Any other questions?
Well, now I'm confused.
Okay, so let's get you unconfused if we
Thank you.
can.
So in this drawing here, the lower right is the pool we're talking about?
No, that's existing.
That's existing already,
It's
that's
the
been
upper
approved.
left.
Okay, so the upper left that's the 15 by 30,
Yeah.
and it has a spa?
No, the spa is down with the other pool.
All right,
So there's
all right.
various little things happening around the.
Okay, Linda,
that's
please
fine.
don't
That's-
segue off.
Good enough, thank you.
So now I have a question because I'm confused. Lindsay, you had said you're adding a spa
Down there.
and you're talking about attached to the pool, that is the current application or the existing pool?
It's adding the spa to the existing pool, so it's bubbled in right at the shallow end of the existing pool off the main house.
Okay, Kathy, is that on the application?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, spa, patio, outdoor kitchen, and fire pit.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that's our baseline. We got a pool in the upper left, a spa in the lower
Right.
rightish, and
Outdoor kitchen down there,
outdoor
too.
kitchen and the all proposed in the proposed fire pit.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Ray and Angus are good. Who'd like?
I'm listening along, Stephen, just so you know.
Okay, cool, yeah, and if shout out if it's tough, knowing who needs to speak, I don't have eyes in the back of my head yet.
Yeah, okay.
Who'd like to begin?
Stephen, I
Oh.
can.
Oh, Ray?
Well, if Joe is going to go, that's fine, but I would start mine with a question.
Actually, I will start with Joe. He had these for consent, so if you don't mind, I'm just gonna let him go
It's
ahead.
funny because I
Right.
was going to start with a question as well.
Okay.
Well, I did have these for consent, so I reviewed all this, and individually, I didn't have issues, but there were enough items that were happening. And actually, when I reviewed this for consent, there was the bocce ball court and the sport court, and those aren't part of what we're talking about on this particular application. So I just put them through because I knew that the board was going to have a lot of comments, and I assumed that there would be neighbors that would want to offer feedback, and that was before we received anything. So that's my preamble. The question that I had was, it looks like there's a garden area that's also clouded. Oh, 6-foot wire mesh fencing. Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure what the fencing was. I saw the gate. So I have to say that, what's this gate? Is it natural?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the gate this is a rural, not heavily traveled road. I'm familiar with it. My office did a project a couple doors down across the street, and some of these lots are heavily treed and other ones are open. This one looks like the one that, if you look at the aerial, one of the more heavily treed lots. And so all the items that are around the existing pool, I don't have an issue with if they're screened. And certainly the garden is even layered behind that, so I don't have any concerns there. I think my only concern would be the visibility of the pool from pond view, the proposed pool, even though it looks like 75% of it is tucked behind an existing house. And in the past, we've covered these things with our, we've approved these things, right. As long as they're not visible at the time of inspection and thereafter, then there's no concerns. I mean, there's usually a debate about reducing the size of the pool, and from what I hear, the pool size is modest and it is smaller than the other pool. So I have no concerns as long as these items aren't visible. I mean, the interesting thing, I guess, is that with the existing pool, I don't know when that was approved. I'm assuming it was also approved due to lack of visibility and not to be visible in perpetuity, which would imply that all these elements would also not be visible. But if it wasn't approved with that caveat, I'd want to make sure that we added that language. Those are my
I believe
comments.
it was because we installed that pool already, and I think it's
Thanks.
I'm 99% sure.
Yeah.
Okay, well, those are my comments.
Thanks, Joe. Ray?
Yeah, my comments were similar in the visibility. If I'm not able to see the southwest corner right now where the new pool is proposed.
It's north. Yeah, there it is.
Well, I'm looking at the north. Yeah, so the southwest corner is where the pool is going. Why? You have this additional planting that I see that's bubbled in red, but why do we have that southwest corner open? Is there already vegetation there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
like
we
clearly,
only
if there was no
proposed-
vegetation, you'd be able to look diagonally right across.
Well, there's some vegetation, but it's not dense enough. So that's why we're proposing adding more in that area, and those other areas where we're proposing vegetation is areas where we felt like we needed to beef up the screening.
I see. So that southwest corner specifically is already in your mind dense enough to be able to screen the pool from that corner.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. That's it for your question, or that's it for your comments too?
That's it for the comment. I mean, as long as somebody else said this, I believe it was Joe said, as long as we attach the proviso, we're good.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Ray. Let's see,
Angus.
Abby?
So I wouldn't be in favor of extending this pool to include a spa and a kitchen when, say, the vegetation, this is all because the vegetation is going to screen it. So the driveway, if you were looking down the driveway, you would be able to see the spa and the kitchen. And this is a very rural area, so I don't think it's actually appropriate for, this. I don't think it's in keeping with the, natural environment. I agree with Ray that if there's going to be a pool there as well, that would have to have that caveat. So it's screened from pond view. So 2 pools, so it's a lot of hardscaping on this site right now. Too much for me, thanks.
Okay, thanks. Angus?
Thank you. So as Abby's mentioned just now and Joe before, this is a very rural setting. If you look at the locust map, you can see almost all the houses are back on long driveways. And there really aren't, I mean, I'm not going to say there isn't one, but this isn't a road that there are gates. And that's just part of the delight of this road. So I think because everything is set back and heavily vegetated, I'm not having as much of a problem of what's in the program, except for the gate itself, which I think if there is one, should be much further off the road to sort of fit in with all the other driveways along Pondview. That's all. Thanks.
Thanks,
So
Angus.
Chairman, can I clarify the location for his comfort?
Yeah, briefly.
It's well back from the road. Angus, it is not on the road. It's got to be a minimum of 20 feet back.
Linda, the apron doesn't appear to be 20 feet.
No, I'm not talking about the apron. I'm talking about
Well,
the
the
gate.
gates are adjacent to the apron.
Yeah, well, the
so-
gate has to be 20 feet off that road.
It's 10 feet past the apron, so the apron's 10 feet deep.
So it's
and then
20
10
feet.
Past the apron.
Okay, well, I'm looking at the drawing. Can we go back to the upper one?
That one.
Yeah, and zoom in on the lower left.
Upper left. There you go.
Okay,
Left.
so there's two sets of drawings here. Well, which is, let me see, this one's not clear in the title block what that's for. Can we look at the title block on this one on the right?
No, it's right there, Steve, on the left.
Linda, please. Is there a title block on this? Okay, yeah, so this is confusing and
All right, that's
yeah,
not the
here.
road.
That title block. Does it go to the upper portion, does higher up, there's no revisions or dates. So there's 2 sets of drawings with 2 different gate locations, so that's a problem.
Well, this is where it's going, is on this one. This is the
Linda,
latest
please,
submission.
I don't even know why I come here if you just.
Well, just look at the one right there. That's the
Linda,
one you have to stamp.
Okay, you understand how this process works.
I do, but
The
that's where the
drawings
gate
get
is.
stamped, we have 2 sets of drawings that show 2 different
All right,
locations.
that's the correct drawing.
I'm
right
pointing
there.
out the location for the membership, thank you.
It's 20 feet back.
Okay, so I think that they shouldn't, first of all, no granite post. Second of all, inappropriate. Second of all, gate, inappropriate. Shouldn't be visible from Pondview Drive, period, end. The other elements are not visible from the street due to the nature of the plant materials there. So we don't have control over that. I do agree with Abby, I think it's too much, but is subject to not visible time of inspection or thereafter, which gives us a clawback, and no change in grade from the grade as exists prior to time of application on the town's topo map. I'm seeing that get snuck around a little bit, and that's gonna have to stop. Those are my 2 caveats.
What was the first one, Steve? No gate?
Aside from the gate and the, no granite post or gate visible from Pondview Drive.
Okay.
So we'll just withdraw the gate.
Yeah, we'll withdraw the gate.
Okay. Does anyone want to add any comments? Okay. Does someone want to make a motion?
I'm happy to make a motion to approve as submitted minus the gate.
And
May
with
I
the
add,
caveats?
subject to not visible
Yeah.
pool, spa, fire pit, not visible time of inspection or thereafter, no change from grade prior to time of application?
Yes, and also the gate also includes the posts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a good
That's my
clarification.
motion. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. On your motion, Angus?
Aye.
Ray?
I,
Joe?
Aye.
Abby?
No,
And I'm an aye. Okay, now we're on to the bocce courts.
Might as well leave that plan up there. So you don't have to go hunting for the other ones.
One moment, please, just a little
Same board.
operational matter to address. Ladies, if I just write typical pool language, you'll stamp it? Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Linda.
If you want to go back to that plan again, you don't have to keep changing it out. It's the same plan for all of them. Bocce court, as you know, is at grade, usually grass or stone dust. There it is, right there on the plan above you. And that's circled up there, that little patch up there on the right.
Even further from the road than everything.
Everybody has to have a bocce court. It's got a hedge around it.
Okay, any questions on this? Any concerns on this?
no, that
No.
was great.
Taylor? No?
hey, can I make the motion because
You may.
I've been so negative? I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, let's see, in favor of your motion, Abby?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Ray?
I,
Angus?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. All right, pickleball court.
Sport court. Basketball, that kind of
Pardon
stuff.
me? It's
It's a
on the
sport
agenda as
court.
pickleball court.
I know that's incorrect. We
I
signed up as a
just, I just
sport
wanted to hear you say it for the record.
court. Sport court.
Okay, and the drawing, do we have the revised drawing?
Yep. It moved further away from the neighbors. They were still
Oh, I
concerned.
just want to clarify one thing. Let me just double check. Did the pool or the spa change in the two drawings?
The spa didn't change on the lower right, and the pool didn't change on the upper left, but the hardscape got significantly reduced.
Okay, so we want to indicate retroactively, because it was actually part of the motion, that the plan that we were referring to is stamped, is labeled HDC B in the drawing set, correct?
I'm just working off the same plan on all three, so I don't know B from A.
Well, this is the reason why we need to have,
What's the date these were stamped? You can tell these are the correct ones.
they don't have the date stamp on them.
It's
They were
on this
submitted digitally. That's part of the problem
Oh,
with
yeah.
going digital.
Well, this was scanned in on Thursday, so,
Okay, I recall specifically requesting that they be, a date would be added that they are for the meeting of January 28th, 2025.
all
So
right,
we
this would
wouldn't
be B, Steve.
run into this problem.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
through you, right above HDCB, it says plotted 12325, if that's helpful.
Yeah. So this is the revised plan.
well,
That's
it
B.
is, but it isn't, because there's another set of drawings that say plot, HDCB plotted 11/27/24.
Where's the other plan? I only see this one,
It's what's available in our packet.
unless they kept the old one in the packet.
Yeah, this is definitely the latest one.
Okay, so let's clarify. The drawing we're looking at now is plotted 123/25. So the motion was with respect to the drawing 123/25. 25?
No, you're going to want the 127 file.
127.
I don't have one. I'd have to pull it up.
Well, let's pull it up, because I'm not moving forward until we know what we approve. We're not Congress.
So I'm looking at
Actually, what was the
bocce
date?
court from
What was the
before.
date?
Linda, please,
Steve?
let us.
123 on the
Last
previous
Thursday.
one? Oh.
Thursday.
This is the type of thing
Yeah,
we gotta get
123.
ironed out, because it is a colossal waste of time.
This is the correct plan, Steve, the B,
123.
that one, right there.
So that's for the bocce court, the previous one that you all
Yeah.
approved, and then.
The HCCB.
What about for the pool and the
That was B also.
hardscape changes
Stand
That was
by.
B.
that we just
That
approved?
was also dated 123
Yeah.
on it.
Yeah. they're all-
Where did the 127 one come from?
Who knows? That was the date it's going to be heard, I guess.
123.25.
123.25.
Yeah.
Going once, going twice, three
I'm
times.
Oh.
The last motion, to be clear, was with respect to pool, fire pit, spa, HECB 123.25.
Yeah.
And the bocce is the same,
The bocce didn't change, but I refiled it anyway.
yep, same drawing,
Yep.
same bat channel. Okay. Now that I've lost total coherence on this, did we already vote on that?
We have not.
Bocce
The
court?
bocce
Yes,
Did we?
I-
Oh, yeah.
I made that.
That's
motion.
right.
Yeah, okay, I thought we did.
So now
Okay.
we're the sport court.
Yes, that's right. We went from pickleball to sport, and we addressed which drawing it is.
So it's moved further away from that northeast or whatever that is, so northwest side of the lot line, because this was what concerned the neighbors the most, was this thing. And it's at grade, and there's a picture of it in your packets. It's a dark green. There is no fence. It is fully screened, heavily screened, and there is no fence around it.
Can we go back to it and just see what it's labeled, because this isn't what I see in my packet. The board is labeled what?
Forecourt.
Sport court.
Sport court. Okay, you guys can see it on the YouTube. We can't see it here. Okay.
So no fence, heavily screened by year-round plantings, and at grade, and it's a dark green.
All right. Are
Probably
you
be-
offering up noise mitigation?
Other than the heavy screening, what else would you like? Because we don't have any jurisdiction over
Well, it's not our
noise.
purview, but I'm just
I know.
thinking, good neighborly, there are
Yes.
some really awesome pickleball, sport court type sound barriers that could be helpful for neighbor relations. I would strongly urge you to consider them.
We are.
But they are not part of our purview.
Steve, are you talking about natural vegetation?
No, I'm talking about like sound barrier stuff.
We'll look into that, but we're heavily planting right there.
Yeah, we got layers. We got 3 layers of trees and privet hedge going around the whole thing. So
Yeah. Okay. Any questions on this? Concerns?
Yeah, I have concerns.
Abby?
I have concerns, given that the area is rural, that this is more hardscaping on an already extremely, very hardscaped site. And I think its proximity to the property line is insensitive to, it's just not neighborly. So, yeah, I wouldn't be in favor of this siting or actually fitting on this site at all.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Let's see, Ray?
So although I agree, as a resident of Nantucket, with the neighborliness or lack of neighborliness of this, as an HTC member, I look at the publicly traveled way, which is Pondview Drive. Between this court and Pondview Drive, we've just approved a pool, which is screened enough from Pondview Drive so as not to be visible from Pondview Drive, which would sort of by default mean that this thing is not going to be visible from Pondview. So yeah, there's a lot of hardscape on this, but in terms of the screening, we've got a guest house and we've got a pool between this and the road. So I can't really argue with it. I feel like it's approvable. Thank you.
Thanks. Angus?
He's still muted.
You might be muted.
Yeah, you're
Mayor
muted.
Pink? Can't hear you.
I'm with Ray on all the aspects that he brought up. Thank you.
Okay, Joe?
Yeah, I think Ray essentially stated exactly what I was thinking. I'd like to add one thought to that. And, you know, it's interesting when you talk about the amount of hardscape on a property, especially this one, if you look at the aerial and you look at the property next door, there's no hardscape, but every tree has been obliterated from that lot. And, you know, people can cut down trees on their property without any need for approval, and they could turn their whole yard into a manicured lawn.
Which they did.
There'd be no landscape or hardscape or no pool and no bocce court, but you've destroyed a lot of the vegetation. And this does have a lot of elements that we can see in a site plan. It's definitely the nature of looking at these things graphically. It amplifies every intervention on the property. And I'm saying this not just for my fellow commissioners, but just as a reminder to myself too, that there's a balance, I think, of trying to maintain a lot of this vegetation and to weave in all of these elements. And I don't have an issue with it. I mean, I would, if the applicant could, if this was slid closer to the pool, another 10 feet, that would be a nice neighborly move, and to look at the noise mitigation efforts that Stephen mentioned that aren't part of our jurisdiction. But I don't think we have a basis to not approve it based on the visibility of this element. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. I think that leaves little on me. Yeah, I agree with the comments, Abby's and the rest. I would think it would be appropriate, in particular, given Joe's comment about the existing vegetation and prior comments about the rural area and the character and setting, is that this not only include our typical pool language, not visible at time of inspection or thereafter, no change from the grade existing prior to the time of application, but that plant material is visible in the, as of this meeting on Google, natural plant material will be maintained as part of the visibility package, and if maintained or augmented. And I think we should put that, I would suggest that we put that in the, in a motion if we're going to approve this.
Except for where these items are going.
Well, yes,
Okay,
yes.
so we're
And
talking perimeter, basically.
Until we
perimeter
can have
fencing.
two things occupy the same space at the same time, we're going to have to deal with
I
that.
just don't want to not be able to do it.
Okay.
I'd make that motion.
Joe, is that your motion?
This
Yes.
has his hand raised.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry. Angus?
Oh, just when you said that it be maintained or augmented, augmentation could go either way. So do we need to have augmented? I think you were probably saying that with the idea that it would be, existing or more densely planted, but we wouldn't want it to go the other way for an augmentation.
I may be misunderstanding the definition of the word augmentation, but I would think alteration would be a concern.
Yeah, well, augmented, Steve, I'll help you out there. Augmented means not visible at the time of inspection. So if you can see it at the time of inspection, we have to augment it. So if we're going to augment it to keep you from seeing it at the time of inspection,
I
that
was being
includes it.
facetious. So augment is to make larger, greater, more of.
Yeah.
So it is to be maintained
And
and it can be augmented is the motion. I think that that's
That
fair
works.
and clear.
Yeah, that's my revised motion.
Okay. So Angus, are you okay with that?
he's muted still.
He's muted.
Thumbs up.
I
there.
am, thank you.
Okay, cool. Joe, on your motion.
Aye.
Let's see, Angus,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Abby,
No,
that leaves me, I'm an aye. For the record, Abby was a no on numbers 2 and 3, the bocce court and the sport court. Okay, that moves
That's
us
on the bocce
on.
court and no on the pool.
No, she was in favor of the bocce.
Oh, yeah, did you vote no on the pool?
Yeah.
I was.
Have you
no,
ever voted no on a pool? Okay, so I'm
I
corrected.
voted-
Number 1 and number 3, Abby was a no on. Sorry, Abby. 37 Ocean Ave is a solar roof, and Ray, you are chairing that.
Yes. So it appears to me that Connie is not with us this evening. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so then Stephen, you're down as an alternate, so you can sit on this?
That would be my pleasure.
All right, great. That'll give us 5. And Tobias, he's there? Yeah, I see his back. Okay, so Tobias, your board, myself, Abby, Angus, Joe, and Stephen.
Thank you, Chair Poll. I included some more pictures from Camus. This was held for a view, and I just included some more pictures in the packet. And so, right there, you had it. Just up a little bit, right there. And so kind of,
Oh,
Yeah, the-
Carew. I thought you said
Carew, yeah.
Camo.
Carew, sorry.
Sorry, yeah, okay.
I was working on another project over there. Sorry.
Order in the court, folks.
And these are some of the pictures. The board was concerned about some of the views seeing in there. This is winter time, so things are very visible, but you can see there's a number of trees, there's privet covering that kind of backside of this building. So it's a dark roof, and we're proposing putting solar on that easterly plane. You can see where the clicker is, there's a number of windows. This house has a lot of kind of crazy windows, looks fabulous, in my opinion. And then we would be putting them on that eastern roof plane, away from the ocean. So just looking for your feedback, and would like to see this approved.
Okay. Thank you, Tobias. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a colonial revival, circa 1882. It's called the Burbank and Richards House. It was designed by Green and Wicks Architecture out of New York. And it did have some alterations back in the 1990s. Appreciate the additional photos for the view. I think it would have been helpful to have more photos off of Ocean Ave as well to discern that potential visibility off that southwest elevation. That's, I think, in my opinion, of concern. And I do recommend that the roof is black to hide the panes as much as possible. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Holly. And do we have Rob on, Mr. Benchley?
Hello there, Mr. Chairman. It's Rob
Hi.
Benchley, from Wisconsin Advisory Group, which consists of myself, Clement Durkis, Caroline Ellis, and Mary Lathrop Will. And we have nothing to add to this commentary. Thank you very much.
Rob, just to, meaning that your comments are in alignment with Holly's comments?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, got
Correct.
it. Thank you. All right. Thanks, Rob. Okay, who would care to begin?
So, Mr. Chair, I was out there yesterday and I took some pictures. I didn't get one of the front that I could show Holly, but I did get one coming down Carew, going towards the ocean, and that's the one I was concerned about.
Right.
And then I went the other way down Ocean Ave and walked up Linden and looked back at the dormer that's in the middle of the roof there and the one on the main mass going west. So as it is now with the vegetation on Linden Street, the solar panels for me were obscured enough to be okay. And the roof is black asphalt. On the Carew side, coming down Carew, I think it's going to be minimally seen. I mean, it's a very iconic house, and I'm worried about it, but I think it will be okay because of the roof being black and the obscurity, the angle of it on that roof plane. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thank you very much. Who's next? Stephen, Joe, Angus. Oh, gentlemen, please.
Oh, I'll go ahead.
Thank you. That was Angus. Thank you.
So my concern is what it was before. As much as I want everybody on the island to have access to buying and using solar, I this is in the OHD, and it's on a historic building that has been altered, but it still reads as a historic building and started that way. And I believe that these are visible both from Linden and Carew. And I feel uncomfortable with this being a precedent. So that's what I have.
Okay, Angus, thank you very much. All right, Joseph, Stephen.
I'll go.
Okay, Stephen.
I agree with Angus, much as a recent project down on Center Street. It's a historic structure, and I'm concerned about the visibility from the side streets. If you can't hold competing ideas in your mind, well, good are you? I have the competing concern or idea that this does meet our guidelines. It's on the rear of the structure. It is, part of it is on a dormer. So I've been hesitant to comment. So I am kind of going to hold further comment for a moment while I continue to contemplate.
Okay, well, Joe, that puts you in the spotlight. That
Yeah,
puts you in the hot seat.
right. And I'm usually not hesitant to speak, as we probably all know. On this particular one, I've been wrestling with the same thing that Angus described, and also that Abby described, and Stephen, who described both of those. So I think if this only fronted on Ocean Ave, I'd be a hesitant supporter of this. I think it's a unique house and it's in a unique lot, and that's got streets on three sides of it. Now, if I look at the photographs, and I did go out there, this is the most exposed that it'll be, and there are some photographs where there's some greenery, and it will be screened from certain angles. It's not on the front, it meets the guidelines, it's not in your face. And then I start to think about, yes, it's a historic house, but our historic houses, even in town, have condensers, and there are vents that indicate dryers and modern amenities, and solar. I don't think it's going to be on every house on the island, but it kind of put it in that category of these mechanical elements that are just going to fade into the background eventually. When they go on initially, I think they can be jarring. So I go either way on this. And that's not really much of an answer, but I'm on the fence about the appropriateness given the visibility from the two side streets.
Okay, Joe, thank you. Stephen?
I'm going to wait for you. I think Joe effectively shifted the hot seat to you, Ray.
Wait a second, who's the chair here? I only get a shot at this like once every 10 episodes.
I'm just waiting for a light bulb to go off. Solar
Oh
pump.
man, yeah. Tobias, I'm sure that you're acutely aware of the fact that we're all like kind of hemming and hawing on this one. For the reasons given, historic house, visible on three sides, right? Yeah. Now, somebody or more than one person has pointed out correctly that A, black roof, B, meets the guidelines in terms of it not being on the front of the house. Now, I feel like there's a lot of things that make owning a historic house, owning a nice historic house, actually work against you in terms of your ability to do things like I always say like an empty lot is potentially more saleable than an old house because the old house has restrictions placed on it. So it is meeting the guidelines. I definitely share Angus's sentiments in terms of the old house and it being visible on three sides. Well, this house didn't choose to be bordered by three publicly traveled ways. It didn't choose to be that, but it just happens to be that way. So I think I'm going to say that I could be in favor of this for those reasons.
I could try a motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's give it a try, Abby. Thank you.
So, given the black roof and given the two trees that are obscuring the, both sides of the house on the main gables going back and the shed on Linden and the shed roof on Linden, because it's obscured by a tree on Linden and a tree on Carew, I would say this was approvable. And that would be those would be the restrictions to keep those two trees and even add trees if needed. That's my motion.
Okay, so motion,
Can I-
Abby's motion. Sorry, Stephen, you were going to second for purpose of
Second for
discussion.
purposes of discussion, yeah.
Okay, yep.
I just wanted to see if we could strengthen that a tiny bit, if you're amenable to a friendly, one, this is a test case for a historic structure with meeting the guidelines, but with public views on three sides, number one. And number two, just with respect to the trees, to maintain those that exist or augment, as those exist at the time of approval, or to augment them. Is that okay, Abby?
Yeah, I can add that to my
Okay,
motion.
thank you.
Okay, so there it is, folks, Abby's motion. On Abby's motion, let's see, Joseph,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Angus,
Nay.
Abby,
I'm an aye.
and Ray's in favor, so that means the motion carries, 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Okay, there you go, Tobias.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right,
Now we're on to 6567 Old South Road. Revisions to commercial building. Did I sit on this originally? You did. I just don't recall it. I was looking at the. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of a different street address in Old South. That's it.
Yep.
Okay. Val, when you're ready.
Okay. Basically, it's a redesign. No one was happy with the symmetrical building with the hip roofs. Initially, we were trying to fit in with what's already there, but then everyone felt we don't have to do that anymore. So we went with a more asymmetrical style. The tallest height on the building is a little over 28 feet. The last one was 30. It's a simpler style. Most of the roof masses, except for the one that's a little over 28, are 26 and less. And yeah, it's a whole new ballgame. So there you have it.
Thanks, Val. Who would like to begin? Abby?
Am I on this?
Abby is not on this.
Oh. Yeah, but she's not listed, because Val isn't, Abby was.
Mr. Chair, if I may, sorry, the list on the agenda is incorrect. It's Abby, Ray, Angus, Connie, Stephen. It was the regular board and Connie as your alternate.
Active alternate.
Correct.
And Joe was the alternate in waiting?
Yes.
Jeff?
You're wearing a very nice gown this evening, Joe. Okay, so just to clarify that for the redo of the minutes, number one, and then number two, we will clarify that Joe is sitting. Connie is not. She's not here this evening, unfortunately. So, Val, it's myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, and Joe. Who would like to begin now that we have that taken care of?
Mr. Chair, I have just one question.
Please.
It's a graphic question.
Well,
Well, it's
just a
drawing
warning
question.
for you folks at home. Oh, you mean,
I think the question, I think the question is answered by the 3D drawings, but I just want to make sure that the shingles that are darker shown underneath the porch, that's just to indicate that they're in shadow, but
Yeah.
it's not a different material.
Right.
Okay,
Correct.
that's my question. I could go if you
Please.
like. I appreciate the revisions, and by the way, and I think that the asymmetry is the right approach, and there's still some additive massing here. I think my only comments are that the two gables that face Old South Road feel a little flat to me, and I can see that the result of that is to try to keep the building low and to have some variation in the eave heights, but I think that there's probably enough pushing and pulling happening on this that the eave heights of those gables could come down to the other eave and you could steepen the pitches. I mean, that's a little bit nitpicky, but they just feel a little bit flat relative to their scale to me. Otherwise, I think it's an appropriate building for that area.
okay, thanks,
That's
Joe.
it.
See, Ray?
Well, yeah, Joe, just discussed, or brought up what my concerns were, which essentially was the roof pitches. Now, if they went to like an 8 and 12, whereby the plate got lower and the ridge got taller, I think that would be very helpful. The other thing, and maybe this is just me looking on the computer, but not this gable, the other gable, it looks lopsided. I mean, is it, the idea, of course, is it's symmetrical, but maybe it's, see how the
not
ridge is
supposed
off
to
center?
be.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It is
Wait,
lopsided.
well, but Val, did you just say it is supposed to be symmetrical?
No, it's not supposed to be.
Oh, well, no. Actually, let me correct you on that. It is supposed to be. So, like, what I would hope to see is those 4 windows on the second floor, and of course, this would apply to the windows on the first floor underneath, were all symmetrical on the facade, and that the ridge would be centered over the double windows, which would be the center line of that gable.
Correct.
Because right now,
Drawing error.
oh, so it is supposed to be symmetrical.
Yes.
Okay, I misunderstood. I thought you were saying it was supposed to be asymmetrical. But so correcting that and increasing the roof pitch, I think would bring this, much closer to a yes for me. But thanks. There's my comments.
Thanks, Ray. Let's see, Angus?
Honestly, what Ray didn't say, Joe did for me. My concern was that lopsided thing going in the elevation showing now and the shallow pitch. And I'm not sure, I would much rather, leave the ridge at the height that it is and drop, to whatever the eave ends up being, whether it's meeting or lower than the middle eave, just to maintain a minimum of an 8 pitch. So that's all, thanks. But I
Okay, thank
appreciate the changes. This is so much, I think, really will add to the street and actually make the hipped roofs next door work better.
Okay, thanks. Abby?
Yeah, I think coming off of Angus's comment about those hip roofs, this will be a relief from that. And I appreciate this one, Val, compared to the previous one. Yeah, if that was straightened out so that those two windows were right under the eave, that would be great. When I was looking at this, I was imagining a cupola that could maybe break up that long line of roof. And I think it might be nice to have something like that on Old South Road because it's getting a little scary over there. So maybe that could be nice to see. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. So I'm going to marry, no pun on the alternate and waiting, Joe's comments with the neighboring structure and some other comments. So number one, I think the idea of the roof pitches increasing on the gable forwards is beneficial. Would prefer not to see the ridges go up, but I understand there may not be a lot of room to work with on that. I think it would be beneficial. Number one, I wouldn't want to see them increase dramatically because I think that these do relate to the gable structure or the hip roof structures on the right as you're facing this. And I think that that's an important element of this design because otherwise those hip roof structures are literally going to become an island onto themselves out on Old South Road because there's nothing anywhere that relates them. So I just would ask you guys to consider that and the applicant's agent to consider that. Along those lines, so, you know, maybe the pitches don't increase too much. I do think it would be beneficial to sacrifice that third floor window on the gable forward, and if it comes on the other, I think this is a great opportunity to add some clipped gables, again, to carry the vocabulary of the hip roofs over to this structure and kind of, you know, just kind of marry things together. I keep going back to that. I don't know what's going on.
It's called the weld chip.
I think the connector piece does not need to have a change in the pitch. You're not going to see that pitch anywhere. And I think more roof there is problematic, and which would necessitate increasing the ridge height, which would push the two gable forward ridge heights up. So that seems to me to be a bit messy. I'd leave that. And then I think, personally, I think it would be more appropriate for this structure to have a faux chimney than, I agree with Abby's comment, we need a roof element, but I think personally it needs to be a chimney of some sort or two. Those are my comments. Val, do you have any questions or pushbacks or? I mean, you've
No.
done a really marvelous.
It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
I'll just make the revisions and
Okay.
let you guys opine again.
Okay, so we get a motion to hold through revisions,
Can
please?
I-
Joe?
Do you mind if I say something
No,
else?
please.
I just, the idea of these roof elements, I think is interesting, and I'd be open to seeing some options.
Okay.
I'm open to seeing a cupola in the center, and I could see chimneys on either of the gables. And it seems like it's simple enough that we wouldn't be overwhelmed looking at an option or two.
Okay.
And are you,
That's it.
are you in support of options with clip gables or no?
Actually, I am.
Okay, just so Val has an idea
Yeah.
of what people are looking for. Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Joe, your motion is to hold for revisions?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
Okay,
my
On your
motion.
motion?
aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
I'm an aye.
Ray?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, now we're going to move on to One Cliff Lane, Cabana roof changes. Your eye in the queue. Your eye when you're ready.
For a minute.
We're ready.
Good job.
If you're speaking, we cannot hear you. If you're not speaking, please begin.
I mean, for you.
Yeah, I just connected. Oh, it took a little bit. So, this is a revision to what I previously submitted. The previous application looked, you were saying it looks too vertical and the meeting rails are not aligned. So that's actually what I changed. I changed the height of the roof, changed the pitch, and changed the little small roof above the first floor to come higher up towards the windows on the second floor to make it look. I think it looks less vertical this way. So those are pretty much the changes.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Yep, doo-doo-doo. Questions, anyone?
Could you name the board?
Yeah, your board is myself, Ray, Val, Angus. Connie's not here. Carrie was an alternate. So Uri, you're down to currently a 4-member board. And if this continues and you'd like to, you can ask through staff or Connie to mull in back in.
Okay,
You good with that?
I'm good. Yeah.
I figured you would be. Okay, let's proceed.
All right. I do appreciate the changes. I think they are good in terms of mitigating the overall height. I still think it's the proportion of it being so narrow and tall. Could the pergola become like a porch roof to sort of ground it a little better?
It can.
Because
Yeah.
that's the
I
only
think it
view we're
can.
really going to see.
Val, could you clarify what you mean
No, the
by?
pergola actually is not going to be visible.
Okay, hold on one sec,
Pergola
Uri.
is in the back.
Can you clarify what you mean by like a porch roof,
Yeah, so if you look
please?
the south,
Yeah.
and you see to the right is a big pergola. It's almost the same width as the building, which kind of throws it off. If that was a shed roof, a solid porch roof, it might just ground the building enough so that it doesn't seem so skinny and tall.
And the same distance from the structure or short?
I think he'd have to figure that out with
Okay.
regard to the pitch and all that stuff. It's just a
It will
suggestion.
have to
And
be
and when you,
shorter.
hold on, Uri, one second. I just want to make sure I'm clear. So when you say like a shed roof, are you saying a pergola in a shed roof form, or you're saying a shed roof assembly? You know what I mean? The difference?
No, I'm saying get
But
rid
the-
of the pergola
Okay,
and
that's
make it a
what-
porch roof.
Okay, so you're looking
Yeah.
for a porch roof. Okay, that's what I was trying to understand. Thanks. Okay, any other comments?
Nope.
Okay, let's see, Ray.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, and it's a little difficult for me to follow, but it looks to me like what's happened is instead of the roof coming down, the ridge has stayed the same, and then the roof pitch decreased in pitch, which is to me moving in the wrong direction. Like it's still every bit as perhaps more visually vertical than the previous one, so I still want the ridge to come down. So that's it for me.
Okay, thanks. Angus?
I agree with what's been said.
Okay, so I think I still want the ridge to come down. I think the second floor windows and the dormers need to be smaller and less height, because then you can manipulate your dormer. I'm looking at not the proposed, because I don't think that's part of the solution. I'm looking at the previously submitted south, for instance. So you can bring the dormer down off the ridge line. The other thing, Yuri, I want to point out is what's on the north elevation? That is a little pent roof over a set of stairs or something going into the basement? Is that correct? Or is that a covered porch? Yeah, it's a little pent roof. I think that needs to be rethought. It needs to be deeper so that that roof can, kind of breathe a little bit. It's this tiny little ribbon around the structure, and I don't think that's helping to mask the height. And then last but not least, I mean, not to be lost, is the little garage shed, I don't know what that is, building, has also increased in height. And I think it's, wonderful in terms of presenting this in a way that helps to mask the height, but Did we already approve that structure? What happened with that?
I submitted as a revision. And,
I'm sorry,
it's
can you
on
repeat
agenda.
that?
It's submitted to be actually revised as higher, raised a little bit. It's submitted,
Okay.
it's on the agenda for probably some next meeting.
Gotcha. So what I would suggest we just collectively try and keep in mind is that this structure and that structure are strongly related, and we want to maybe have that track. Any questions on what we proposed? And did I miss anyone? I don't think I did. Okay. Can we get a motion to hold for revisions and for the garage shed to track?
This is Ray, so moved. You catch that, Stephen?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just said, this is Ray. I moved that.
Oh, I didn't catch the second part. On
Yes,
your
sir.
motion, Ray?
Aye.
Dale?
Okay.
Angus?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, we're on to 54 Main Street, solar roof. Cooking with gas, folks. Just
Mm-hmm.
do the work.
Thank you, Chair Welch. You guys are cruising along great this evening. Just trying to bring down the cost of books here. This is 54 Main Street. And, inflation's going up and up and up. Everybody's focused on eggs, but books are always going up in price. And so this project, I think we submitted this to you maybe like 6 months ago, and the board wanted to look at born and bred first. And so, we agreed with that, and so we just held this back because we love working with the board. There's no rush. So this is for the back of the Mitchell's building at 54 Main Street. It's obscured by a tree. It's a high up pitch. It's a black roof, and we're committed. There is like 1,000 roof pipes in this building, and we're committed to moving them to make it work for this building. So happy to hear any feedback the board might have. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Tobias. Before we go anywhere, I just question, can you clarify what your last statement was with the roof heights and you're willing to move them? I'm not sure I understood that.
Pipes, I think he said.
There's pipes. There's like
Oh, pipes. Sorry. Good. Got it.
There's like 7 pipes in this
Okay.
roof.
No, that's fine.
I didn't want
I
to
didn't hear
draw
the
them in
pipes
there.
part.
I thought he said heights.
I thought you said heights
Okay.
too, so I was like, wait a minute, I'm missing something. Okay, good, thank you. Appreciate the clarification. Any other questions for Holly? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is an individually significant structure that was built after the Great Fire of 1846. The board reviewed this some months ago, this summer actually, and asked for a mock-up. As far as I'm aware, we didn't receive one, but I do remember what Tobias just mentioned, you all were reviewing another application. As proposed, I think the panels should be pushed back and removed on the south if a mock-up isn't going to be proposed. But I think that was one thing, looking at my notes, that you all had asked for, so you can actually discern on whether or not that visibility, because you had talked about the fact that this is a one-way street. This is a portion of Orange Street where you're going up. And yes, when you're driving, you're not necessarily going to see it, but if you're walking down, you would see it. So I would recommend, if at all possible, to remove some of the panels. Also, I do believe it is a black roof. Just wanted to have that clarified. And of course, if it isn't, to have it. I know some of those are hard to discern, but so those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Any abutters?
Hey, this is this is Diane Coombe speaking.
Hey,
Diane
Hi,
Coombs,
Diane.
welcome to the HDC.
hey.
Hello, everybody.
How are you? It's good to hear your voice. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I am representing Mickey Rowland, Jason Finger, Mary Bergman, Marcia Fader, Sandy Kendall, and me. So this is 54 Main Street, which we have talked about several times. And going along with what has come up, we come up with the idea that keep the panels as far to the right as possible.
Okay,
That's it.
thank you.
That's-
We
You're
appreciate,
welcome.
we appreciate the brevity. Um, Very helpful. Okay, great. So let's see, your board is myself, Ray, Val, Angus, Abby. Who'd like to go? Concerns? Ray?
Well, certainly I would agree with Diane and her group. It looks to me, though, let me see if I can get rid of this little thing here. Oops. It doesn't appear that you can move them any further away from Orange Street. Tobias, is that correct? Is that true?
There, as it stands now, there's a chimney there, like right on Orange Street.
Yes.
And so we have them about 3 feet back from the edge of the roof.
Well, okay, so with this drawing, can you squeeze them any closer to what, maybe that's another chimney on the other side?
There's maybe like a foot, but that would be about
Well,
it.
3 feet versus 4 feet is 25%.
Yeah, we could do 4 feet,
I mean, I'm throwing it out there, and that would have been what I would have said, regardless of what Diane just said. But she's definitely in line with what I'm thinking is the right thing to do.
Okay, thanks, Ray.
Thank you.
Angus? Angus?
He might be muted.
Val?
I'm
Yeah,
ready.
I-
whenever-
Hold on, Angus, we're gonna just go with Val, just for the moment, then we'll come back to you.
Yeah, as far over as possible. It looks to me like 4 feet is right about where that little pipe is sticking up in the roof,
Yeah, more or
roughly.
less, yep.
Like right above that window. So I'd be fine with that. I think it, because it's one way and all of those other reasons, everyone, I think it's okay.
A shift to the right, as it were, is that
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
a step to the left.
Let's see, Angus?
Let's do the time warp.
Okay, so because this is a rectangular roof, this is still OHD, it's still a historic building, it's right on Main Street, it's, major thoroughfare, Orange Street. I would feel a lot more comfortable with this. I mean, if it were one panel less. So taking off the 3 panels on the left side of this array, the ones closest to Orange Street. Yeah, I would probably be in favor of that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Abby?
I'm good with it, what's proposed.
Okay, thanks. So you come to the ACC, you get lessons in geometry, math, geography, it's just
And
a
dancing.
cornucopia of knowledge. So Tobias, my thoughts on this are, given the angle the angle of inclination viewing this from Orange Street, and the fact that it's on the rear of the structure, I think that this one is safer than the others we've been looking at. And the height of the building comes into play also. I would strongly prefer, as more appropriate, is shifting this as far to the right as possible. And I think a minimum of a foot is helpful. So those are my thoughts. What would you like to do, folks?
Motion to approve with the panels moving as far to the right as possible.
Okay, and that'll just be a condition on the application?
Yeah, yeah,
On your motion?
aye.
Let's see, Abby,
Aye.
Ray,
Hi.
Angus,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay,
Thank you very much, everyone.
now we are on to 78 Pleasant Street. And Ethan, good evening, your board. Get the ministerial out of the way. Is myself, Ray, Abby, Val, Angus. Last heard December 10th.
Good evening. So this is essentially an application to infill an existing porch. What's bubbled with the sort of more bold bubbles is what's changed from the previous revision, and then the lighter bubbles are just the general changes. So we're still proposing to infill the porch, but the substantive changes are related to the window sort of in the corner. Previously, we had door panels there that wrapped around, and the suggestion of the board was to make something to look more like it was a infilled screened-in porch, which we agree with. So that is essentially the substantive changes from the last round.
Okay, thanks. Holly, did you want to comment on this, given us?
I did, Mr. Chair, thank you. This is a non-contributing circa 2005 infill, but within the OHD. One thing I did notice, so thank you for the clarifications, Ethan, is the revisions for me, it didn't show what they looked at before, unless I'm missing that, so existing versus being proposed. Anyway, that does help the commission to, and myself, to understand that change from what they opined on before, so. But the proposed infill porch, I think, feature is going in the right direction. I'm not so sure about that horizontal boarding underneath, and I'm curious what the commission would think about if that is appropriate versus having shingles to be less busy. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Okay, let's go to Ray.
How about me?
Oh, Diane, I'm sorry.
I'm
I wasn't sure you were going to speak on this because it's an infill, but go ahead.
no, it's Mickey. I'm being Mickey tonight.
Okay.
78 Pleasant, the addition, we had no comments.
Thank you for
Concern.
registering that.
No.
Let's see, Ray?
I think all of the things that Ethan has done since the last review are appropriate, with one exception, and that is what Holly just mentioned. This horizontal boarding that's sort of framed out is very atypical. I would prefer, I don't think it necessarily needs to go to shingle. I think that we can continue down the path of it reading like a sunroom, an infill porch. But to do something like that, I think there should be more like just panels, rather than horizontal boarding, like panels that would sort of the 4-bay window arrangement up above, something more traditional, in other words. Thank you. That's it.
Thanks, Ray. Angus?
I agree with Ray, except for the color of it. Like this, I feel like even if it's panels, which would be more typical of like a porch infill, that's a lot of painted surface area. And my concern is, is this white? In which case, I feel like that's too much. If it's gray, I'm less concerned about it, but I don't see the application with a color here.
Okay, thank you.
I take it it's just, yeah, I'm looking at the house photographs and it looks like white. So yeah, that would be my issue. I guess I'd rather it be shingle. If it were a gray trim, I think it could probably go the other way, but thank you.
Thanks. Val?
I have nothing more to add.
Do you have can I get a clarification? Are you agreeing with gray or shingle, not white, or?
Yeah, I think white just makes it stand out, and that's the closest corner to the street. So anything to mitigate that would be good.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, Abby?
I think I'm okay with this. I think I would prefer to see panels under the windows, I think that's more old-fashioned and looks more like an old-fashioned filled-in sunroom. I'm okay with the white. I think it actually breaks up that whole sort of hipped mass, because I kind of miss the porch. Thank you.
Thanks. So I think I'm with Ray's original comment on making the paneling more traditional and maybe a style in the middle. You know, subservient to the, maybe the same or subservient to the mullion width above and the center mullions. But, and I agree with Abby on the white. Breaks it up, but also that it's very densely vegetated there. So you've got a mixed bag on color you're gonna have to weed through, young man. But I
Seems
think-
like white with panels is close.
Yeah, or a light color, maybe, maybe a silver platinum panel, I don't know. But,
Let's move it along.
yeah, so what are we gonna move it along as?
Hey, look,
Bill?
I'm gonna give a motion a try here.
Okay,
And so if we're looking at the southeast elevation, my motion would be to approve this with the division, further division of the panelization underneath the 4 sunroom windows into 4 panels that correspond with the window apertures up above. And the same would be true on the, whatever that elevation to the left of it is.
Southwest.
West, yeah. And that would be a through staff. That's
In
it.
Exhibit A,
how about an,
Yeah, if somebody could draft that up, I'm obviously unable to here. but-
I'll do it.
Yeah, okay.
Just
so
bring
that's
the
a joint
mullions down.
motion by 2 of our senior members. And Ray on the joint motion,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Thank
Okay,
you.
there you have it, in Exhibit A. We're on to 21 Pleasant.
Oh, that's me, right, Stephen?
You are the hardscape. I am the house.
It's funny, it has me down as the chair for the house, but you know, I remember.
Am I looking at it? No, you're right, you're right. You are correct.
Okay, wow, and are we literally down to a 3-person board on this?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, all right. Who do we have to rep? Tori?
Tori, Mr. Glidden is here,
Oh.
and Tori.
Okay,
Richard Glidden on behalf of the applicant. As you know, this has been here for over 2 years. I think I've been involved for about 3 months, and that's enough for me. But we've had the discussions, and the client has agreed to score the entire foundation as suggested, so that it will appear to be a block foundation. We was concerned about putting a cap on the picket fence, which we certainly agreed to do. And there was a concern about the hedges on Candlehouse Lane, the height. We still think that the height is, because Pleasant Street's so busy and it's just good for screening. But if in fact the board thinks it's important to have the hedges lowered to the height of the top of the fence, that's fine with the client. It's, you know, I don't know that it really matters one way or another, except it would provide pretty good screening for the homeowner.
okay, Richard, just in point of fact, right now, we're just reviewing the house. So the first part of what you opened with, the scoring of the concrete, I believe, is the only portion that we're reviewing right now. And then Stephen's going to chair the other 2 things that you just, or the other 1 thing, yeah, 2 things that you just mentioned. Okay?
Okay, that makes, fine with me. Whatever you think is the most sensible approach is fine with me.
Okay, so for the other 2 voting members on this, Abby and Stephen, the proposal is to score the poured concrete such that it looks like the CMU block that was there in the 1930s. Your comments, please. Oh, sorry,
Mr.
hold
Chair?
on. Yep, Holly, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is an individual significant 4-square from the 1920s. While the revisions are showing the scored foundation, which is good, on the plans, there is nothing else is shown versus what will look like. An example, a mock-up is what you all had asked for previously. I think the scoring should also mimic what was historically there. The brick sizes, which are shown on the plans, should actually be the size of CMU blocks, because if you look at this, this looks a lot smaller, which would be more of like a traditional brick, and I don't believe that is what the board intended at the last meeting and from the original review in 2023. So that would be something I would recommend, to see an example of that part CMU, as you all had asked previously. Thank you.
Good points. Thank you. Ms. Coombs, do you have anything to say? Great.
This, we, on the scoring of the foundation is appropriate for the house. I do have some remarks to make when we get to the hardscaping.
Okay, well, so as for the scoring, you've said your piece on that, right, Diane?
Yeah,
Okay, great. So now back to Stephen and Abby on this particular point.
I'll go.
Yeah,
So yeah, just historically correct proportions is a condition of the approval. And I just want to say I want to clarify, technique is important with these types of things. We're looking for a pargeted surface that's then scored as opposed to the existing being ground out, because it's going to make a huge difference in the presentation. So those are my comments. Thank you. Other than good riddance to this.
yeah. Well, not good riddance quite yet. Abby.
Yeah, my only concern is that it comes out looking like, an historic, that old kind of block that they use. And I don't know if we need a sample to see that first, or could you, I don't know, even, like, how is that, do you just put a layer of cement and, okay, so,
That's me.
and then you would replicate that what's it called,
CMU.
CMU. Do we have to see a sample of that before we?
Well, Abby, I'm just going to jump right in and
Okay.
give the board my opinion, which is, yeah, given what Stephen said and what you just said, and what Diane said, and what Holly said, I think that it would be prudent for us to perhaps do an approval conditional on seeing a sample board put up. You could take some Durarock, half-inch Durarock, put a parge coat on it, as Stephen said, and then score that with, these are CMU from the 1930s, so the mortar joints would have been about 3/8 of an inch to 1/2 of an inch wide, and scored. So maybe we should see that and just make sure that we're all on the same page before we let her rip. That's just my thought.
Ray,
Yeah.
I agree with you. I think, approval conditional upon just a final sign off. Do you want to be the one who signs off?
I'd be happy to.
Chair? Okay, just since you're chair in this one.
Yep.
It is suggested by my compatriot that, can this be done through staff?
Well, here, this is going to be the motion.
Oh,
This will actually maybe even expedite it. So the approval will be for, as submitted with the following modifications. Number one, the proportions of the parge joints will match the proportions of historic CMUs from the 1930s, both with respect to their location, their depth, and so on and so forth. There will be a mock-up of said work to be reviewed by the chair of the application, on the application, and upon his sign-off, proceed with the work. Okay?
thank you.
That's my motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, there's Stephen's motion. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor too. So there you go. Richard, if you have any questions, just give me a ring, okay?
Sounds very, very reasonable. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. All right, Stephen, to you.
Okay, we're on to the hardscape. Don't get all caught up in being reasonable yet. We got to get one more to do.
Every time I try to bring this up, it disappears.
Yeah, I can't get it to open either, so
I
I'm gonna,
opened it on my phone and it stays on that
Oh.
for some reason.
okay, well, as opposed to us all viewing Val's phone, why don't we look at this on the big screen? popcorn
I'd love some with some,
of that awesome butter flavor stuff. Can we go to the one above this?
Yeah.
And zoom in? Oh,
Even
wait.
just to clarify, the one above is the 8.5 by 11.
Oh, okay, I thought
Has better.
there's no, okay. Can we zoom in on the driveway first, please? That was a point of concern. Okay, Tori, why don't you begin?
I'm gonna let Richard go.
Well, I would just point out that the reason that the driveway is where it is because when the Butler family subdivided the property, they took the back property, which had the garage for the house, and they left this, so the only place to put a parking space is on this side and it needed a little grade adjustment so that in fact the parking area would work. The board last time was very, very concerned about the austere look of the brick, that in fact it was nothing but, I guess it was pretty austere, and suggested that we in fact soften the feel, and the landscape architects have proposed, as you see, again, I'm not an architect, so I don't know what clearly it's a step up from what we had, from what was proposed before, because that was just plain old brick with nothing else. But, so I think Tori can answer questions if you have any.
Okay, thank you. Anyone have any questions? Anyone being, let's see, myself, Abby, Val, Connie, who is not here, and Joe.
yeah, I have a question.
Abby.
Can we scroll up a little bit so I could see that what's called out for the materials? Sorry, could you scroll? Down. Yeah, sorry.
Down and to the left.
No, there's a ribbon word here.
Oh, sorry, the other way, to the right.
Yeah.
So she can see the words for the identifying materials. There you go. That should be good.
And
And then up now.
then,
Not the legend.
Did it again.
Those notes right there.
yeah, so ribbon parking spaces with crushed shells or cobblestones. Okay. Ribbon parking, I'm not familiar with that.
It's just having a different material to break up the.
Yeah, I'd suggest looking at
Okay.
the imagery versus the words. 'Cause it's-
Okay, could I continue?
Yeah,
So,
well, actually,
oh,
no.
comments, yeah.
Abby,
Yeah.
no, let's get an answer to your question, which is what we were attempting to do before we continue, because otherwise we're just spinning in a circle. So are you clear on what ribbon parking is, or you need an additional assistance?
So I think it means that it's what divides the materials from one another, is that correct?
Yeah, and can we
That's
scroll
correct,
down a little
strips.
bit? Oh, I'm sorry, the driveway down? Down, so we can see the whole driveway? So what they're using, the words to describe this parking arrangement with respect to the materials. I don't know why it's being called ribbon parking space.
I think it's supposed to tie it all together.
Yeah. Bow, perhaps? Okay,
Well said.
so you got an idea now what they're,
Yes.
okay, just because I don't want to move on
No,
without.
thank you.
Okay. All right, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So appreciate the revised hardscaping plan. The proposed driveway revisions, I don't think are appropriate with the materials. There's a lot of things, as Abby has pointed out, a ribbon that's going on here. You've got a combination of cobblestone, you got a combination of brick, and a herringbone pattern. It's very busy, and then you also have shells and/or cobblestone. In 2021, after the property was subdivided under 4181L, you all did approve a 10-foot by 20-foot long cobblestone driveway. So I would recommend reducing that 18-foot wide driveway down to those dimensions to address the concerns that the commission had previously. And if it's not brick, if it's going to be brick, then I would definitely recommend not herringbone. And the plan maybe is a possibility with the change in grade, could address maybe a cross-section or two. But I appreciate the type 2 cat picket fence as what was there previously and as the board had recommended. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Diane, for Mickey and
Yeah,
the
I'm
group?
right here. I'm right here.
Yep.
It says on 21 Pleasant driveway, no herringbone. All simple bond pattern. Cobblestone strip should start a few feet in from the street edge. No shells. Use a more traditional brick color with the regular vegetation. That's what we said.
Okay, that's your group. Thank you. Who would like to begin?
I can, Mr.
Right.
Chair.
Right.
Yes. Okay, so all of these comments from Holly and from Diane, I think are in line with what I'm thinking, and that is this. First of all, the thing that's labeled as the cobblestone entry apron is rendered as what I call, well, what is popularly known as Belgian block, which is very different from cobblestone. Cobblestone are round and random. And I don't think that Belgian block, just, to make sure that I'm on record about this, Belgian block as a material of any kind, I think is completely inappropriate. So the idea of having brick in running bond go all the way out to Candlehouse Lane, and the strips, the so-called ribbons, which are supposed to be round as they approach the road and not go right up square to the road as shown, would be cobblestones. And so you have two materials rather than three. And there are two materials that are, widely used in the LHD. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, Ray, and in fairness to you, since I did call on you, I wanted to let you run with that. It was helpful, but you're not actually on this one. So I had put a little box over Paul, and I thought it said Paul to check off.
I didn't bother
So,
reading.
So,
Ray,
Joe?
Ray, much more eloquently captured exactly what I was thinking. In all seriousness, the running bond, two materials, the ribbon being the cobblestone, no Belgian block, and that's those interior spaces of the cobblestone not extending all the way to the street. So that would probably end up being in Exhibit A. The size of it, there aren't a lot of double parking areas there, so just the materiality I described would pertain to either one or two spots. I'd like to hear what my fellow board members think about the double wide spot. And actually, as we're looking at this too, I think that the brick pattern of the driveway and the walkway ought to relate to one another. Because if you factor in that pattern, it's another one. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Abby, you?
I would totally simplify this approach and make it one generously sized parking spot. Use one material like cobblestone with grass coming through it, and get it back to a more naturalistic approach to, Candlehouse Lane. This looks just over-designed, and it just is taking away from the house again. And I think it's a bit insensitive to the area that it's like the whole thing is hardscaped. I'd like to see it go back to more naturalistic.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, Val.
I think my only comments are running bond for the brick. In all cases, I noticed that the little patio behind the parking proposed is herringbone to no herringbone at all, just running bond. And I have a question. It says, a 5-foot wide, white cedar board fence with 12-inch lattice top along the property line on the,
Yeah, the south?
West and south, I believe.
is that proposed to be behind the hedge that's already there, or, in other words, the hedge is what we'll see and the fence is behind that, closer to the house? Or are you saying, we look at this from that angle, there's a hedge there now and it's going to block the hedge? Because if that's the case, we need vegetation rather than a fence.
That's right.
So that's my question. And the picket fence should be capped and closer to type 2. Yes, that's it.
Okay.
And we didn't get an answer on that.
On which?
The fence, where it is.
Yeah, I want to get some clarification.
I can answer, yeah.
Yeah, and do we have a fancy laser pointer or something?
Well, Angus isn't here.
Okay.
Is this an as-built?
Yeah.
Yes, so we'll address the whole,
They already did
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
yeah, as built.
Steve, you're gonna have to comment still, right?
Did we, well, we should address, I presume
Yeah, I'm
that
ready
these
whenever
are
you
all
are.
going to be as-built fee products, like we're not,
Absolutely. We've paid some, we'll pay more,
Yeah,
whatever
I
we
just-
need to do, yeah.
just on principle.
Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead, please, Tori, answer that question about fence, because I'm confused.
Should I comment on all of the comments that have been made, or should I wait
think,
till
no,
you
just
speak?
We're trying to get a clarification.
On the fence.
On the fence.
Sure.
Start, finish, plant material.
On
Yep,
that
so I
side.
believe the 5-in-1 fence is on the west and south elevation. It stops about 20 feet short of the street on the south before, and turns back to the picket that was originally there. We are including a cap as we proposed on the plan and as Holly mentioned. The 5-in-1, as far as I understand, was a mutually approved, believe it or not, between both properties, 2 Candlehouse Lane, and it was on the 2 Candlehouse Lane property landscape, hardscape plan, and it's a agreement between the neighbors. There is no planting in front of it, Val, to answer your question
It's not this
specifically.
fence.
That fence right there, yeah,
It's
that's,
the one on the other side
okay, there is privet in front of that. That's on the south.
along.
And it stops short of the street, yeah.
So what we see for hedge is here on the neighbor's side? Does
No,
that-
it's to the interior of our lot. The privet, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, so we're gonna see the fence and it's gonna block the privet, so we're gonna see this long fence.
There's privet, I think, for the first 20 feet. There should be a dimension there.
It's on the inside, I'm talking about the side that we've been seeing.
Got it,
which
on the original Bartlett side.
This has to be in here.
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
We don't wanna look at the fence.
Okay. There was an original 5-in-1 fence there originally. I can produce photos. I don't know if it came up that far. I'd have to look back at the photos. It didn't come to the street as we've also proposed. Does not come to the street.
No, but the photos you provided last week, which aren't included this week, I have here, and it shows that there's a fence there, but as you can see, there's vegetation
Yes,
here. So we don't want to see this blocking that.
I
So
understand.
New house gets the nice vegetation and old house gets the fence.
I'm just trying to explain there was a 5-in-1 fence before in that same location.
Okay,
You
so,
want the fence screened by hedges?
yes,
Or some kind of
thank you
vegetation.
for,
Yeah. Relocate the fence possibly.
okay. So
Got it.
that's a valid concern.
Yep.
Anything else, Val?
No.
Val. Okay, I think that comes to me then. Yeah, so a couple things. I agree with Ray's comments on the driveway and others, but Ray's, I think, said it. Actually, Ray Paul said it. And the type 2 fence, like, when this fence comes down, it's got to be put up as a type 2. Like, we're in the historic district of Nantucket, and
That's what we're
it's,
proposing.
like, not actually a type 2 fence. But you are proposing to put up a type 2 picket?
100%.
Okay, so it'll be a new picket fence with cap type
And it's painted
proportions.
white.
Like right across the street.
Okay, and are we okay with it being white, or it was natural to weather to begin with?
I think we said white last week, didn't we?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just asking what,
Yeah,
okay.
no,
So I would like to put at least one component of this thing to bed. if we can.
Absolutely.
Okay. So it's going to be a type 2 fence, including a cap, in white, where the picket is. The south, which cardinal point is this?
That should be southeast corner.
Southeast is going to be, the drawing will be revised to show the fence interior of the property, interior of the privet, correct?
Yeah,
Which is what's built.
Or
Yeah.
it goes away.
Yeah, or, yeah. And then on the opposite side, the fence of the driveway,
they got stuff growing up.
I just want to get clarification. I don't see a line delineating the 42-inch white cedar board, which, by the way, should be type 2. Oh, that's a white solid cedar board?
With the picket, with the lattice above.
It's natural to weather right now.
Yeah, geez, yeah. I'm having some issues with that.
Can we have a tiny bit of discussion before we make a motion?
Well, I would like to finish my comments, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no, I wanted to
I appreciate
hear
that.
what you were.
Yes, I appreciate you not jumping the gun so often. I'm concerned about that 5 and 1 coming up to the street like it is, or the 42 and 1. Typically, that wouldn't be that way, and in addition, it's a post between panels versus, I'm just concerned about that. That if that was a 42-inch tall, solid tongue and groove fence with a cap to match the cap on the picket fence, but in natural to weather, and it extended the length of the driveway back, I think it would be more appropriate. And then you have the fence that you've got in place continuing on and around the property. That's, I think, a very reasonable concern there and a good modification. And then, before we go any further with Abby getting back in on this, can I get a clarification? Joe, if you want to do it, you had agreed with Ray's comments too. Can we scroll up so we can see the driveway? Scroll the driveway up. It just seems like so long ago. I want to make sure we're on the discussion page. Do you want to recap, or you want me to ask Ray?
Well, nobody else has mentioned the number of actually, Abby mentioned simplification, which I think is an interesting approach, where the ribbon parking, we'll call it, goes away, and it's just a field of brick or cobblestone. But anybody else, I don't think anybody else mentioned the parking area specifically, whether or not it should be reduced down to what Holly mentioned was previously approved, which was 10 by 20. This is 18 by 20 foot 6.
Okay, and then the materials, are you evolving, you think, more along the lines?
I'd be fine if it was a brick and cobblestone combination.
Okay. Abby, from that foundation, where do you want to go with it?
Well, one of the things that's bothering me about the fence on the, I guess it's, that divides it from the neighbor, where they, it's a brand-new fence. I think it's got some, is it a 5 and 1?
Yeah.
With
Yes.
what? Yeah, that it's, okay, I'd like to see that softened, and that's why I'm down to 1 space, because if you put some hedge in front of that, I think that would take away that very wooden look that sort of makes this look really squeezed in. It's really shoehorned in there. I think it's got to look a lot more naturalistic. So I would add hedge along where it says 10-6, 10 feet there, all along this area.
Yeah, it looks like a
Soften the
planting
look
zone.
of this wood. This should be privet here, and then just a sort of a generously sized one parking space. I don't think you have enough room for two to actually,
Just, I think the biggest concern is to turn it around to get in and out with a car, because Kendall Street there's not a lot of room, so, I think they prefer not to have to back out, but maybe they're gonna have to, I don't.
This is not a turnaround.
Scroll,
This is
can you
back
scroll
out.
up a little so we can see the driveway? Scroll the driveway up.
Yeah.
It's back out, 2 cars.
I'm always referring to the page. You guys are looking at the mouse. Scroll up the
Right,
mouse.
yes.
Bill, I'm sorry, continue, please.
No, I think Richard thought there was a turnaround, but it's 2 spaces backing out. And just because cars are always such a problem here, I don't mind having 2 parking spaces, because where are cars gonna go?
I think Richard might have been referring, if I may, to the width in order to make the radius turn to back out or back in from Candle House, because you've got the brick wall on one side, on the opposite side of the street, and then it's kind of a tight space in there. That's what I think he meant with it. I think that's what you were saying, right? I think so.
Well, if there's 2 cars though. it's
Yes,
gonna be
that's
the
correct.
same thing.
Mr. Chair, do you mind if
I'm saying with respect to making it less wide left to right. I'm not arguing the point, I'm just trying to articulate what I understood is that if you make it less wide left to right, it makes it harder to back in on the swing or to pull in on the arc because of the width of Candle House Lane.
I think we're doing a lot
Joe?
of their homework.
Yeah, well, I think that Abby's idea of the privet along the right-hand side of that drive back essentially to the corner of the house there, that white space, if that was all greenery, then I think that goes a long way towards softening the whole thing, frankly. And I think even the comments earlier about lowering privet on the bottom corner, I'd be fine if the privet was slightly higher there, because I think that would help to soften things too.
Okay.
So I'd be fine with the double parking space. I was on the fence, but I hear Val's comments loud and clear, and I think the mitigating factor for me is the vegetation on the right side of the parking area.
Okay, and then the last item I want to get consensus on, because sometimes it makes sense to go through the effort so we don't have to then be reintroduced to the topic at the next meeting. Because I don't want to get into selective indignation about designing at the table, especially when we're like in the 11th inning on an application. What I'd like to do is get consensus on the brick material. And then I would like to get a motion to have revisions made consistent with an Exhibit A that we will then review, and Val and I will work up the Exhibit A.
I would just love to comment before we do.
Yeah, can we just discuss the driveway materials, please? I'm not absolutely certain I've got consensus on the materials. Let's start with subject to having greenery at the house end of the driveway added to the plan. More substantive. Is there privet there now?
What's the house end of the?
Yeah, yes. So Joe, you're talking about this area?
Yes.
Yeah, so there is.
No, the whole right-hand side.
The whole, here.
Yeah, on the plan where it's dimensioned, the 10 and 10'6".
Gotcha. Okay, so vegetation around the driveway.
Yeah.
Okay. So does anyone have a concern with that?
No, I think we're actually designing for them, but,
Yeah, I'm like 155% cognizant of that. Because otherwise, we're gonna be doing this again at the next meeting, and this has gone on.
well, it's
too
difficult
long.
when you can't even bring it up and, that we have to,
Yeah, I understand.
It's just-
That's why I don't wanna have to do this again. And then what about the current brick driveway versus what's proposed versus what we have as a consensus element? Abby, do you have a strong opinion on the
I have a
materials?
very strong opinion on using one material, either cobblestone with grass in between or brick as the apron and the space. Actually, I think if it's 2 spaces, I wouldn't be in favor of this application at all.
Okay, fair enough. Val,
I think it's fine.
as what?
as 2 spaces and 1 material. I'm fine with that.
But less complication, simplified, or no? You got herringbone, you got
Oh, yeah,
running
yeah,
bond,
yeah.
you
The
got
herringbone is a big fat no.
shells and,
Just plain old running bond. And if they had some kind of delineation of the,
tire tracks.
apron, that or the apron, somehow it would mitigate it hugely.
Well, they could be on their side. The apron could be on their side and the rest could be running bond.
Joe, yeah, like a soldier purse, Joe on materials.
Yeah, I'm brick, running bond, and I'd be fine if it was all brick without any cobblestone strips there. 'Cause I think the reality is you're going to end up parking off of those things. It's going to look peculiar, and I think having it one continuous material would also help to calm it down, and I'd be fine with it, the width that's shown.
Okay, so I think given the consensus of the board, we're looking at like a 5-foot soldier course apron look, and the rest being a running bond, and it would be all brick. So that would be number 1. Number 2 would be vegetation around the perimeter of the driveway, except for obviously where the pathway into the house is. 3 would be type 2 picket fence around the yard instead of the current picket fence. A hedgerow brought down along the fence on Candle House and Pleasant so you can see it. The right of the driveway would be just a solid board fence with a cap. On the other side of the house, the fence would be inboard of the plant material along the property line, which I think is actually the case, but it's not shown in the drawing.
Okay.
And that would be our Exhibit A, that we would be, I want to be very clear, looking for a clean final revision on so that we can move this forward. Okay?
I just had some questions and comments when you're ready.
Okay. Tori.
Great. So I wanted to bring your attention to the top left corner of this plan, if you don't mind, Kathy. There's about 6 to 8 photos of the surrounding driveways, if that's helpful, as we make this final decision. There is cobblestone, there is brick, there is shell, there are aprons, there are no aprons. There's a combination of everything. We are not opposed to anything you've presented. I just wanted to bring it to your attention that all of the surrounding driveways directly across the street and down the road on Candle House represent a combination of all of the things we've discussed this evening. Some questions about the planting material privet versus otherwise on the fence at the driveway that you're proposing. In the past, we've talked about vining material every other panel, which would take up less space than a privet. If that's an option, I would love to know. And we've also, I'm a little unclear whether we want the board fence at the lower height with a cap leading to the 5-in-1, or if we're able to keep the 5-in-1 with the vining material and the masking. Lastly, we would love no restriction on the privet if we could, especially if we are going to plant that fence at the west side of the driveway with further vegetative screening.
I think what we are going to do is we're going to make that clear in the Exhibit A
Okay.
based on the consensus. So those are all reasonable questions, comments, and then we're going to move forward with, you'll have the Exhibit A to make revisions. And then when it's done, submit it, and we'll get it on the agenda and we can wrap this up.
Great.
Okay?
Any questions?
I have no question.
Unless somebody is vehemently against that.
Mr.
Holly.
Chair, just to clarify, this Exhibit A is for them to
This is,
redo the plans to
Yeah.
come back to you all.
yeah,
for
we want to see it one more
Perfect.
time.
Oh, not
thank God.
on an old business situation? Okay.
Okay, so
Mr. Chair.
on Abby's motion,
Motion to hold for revisions?
how about motion hold for the Exhibit A revision?
Yes,
Okay, thank you, Abby.
Exhibit A revisions.
On your motion, Abby,
I'm an aye.
I just want to get this done before one of us isn't on the board anymore.
Or has a
And
heart
I
attack.
just wanted to also confirm, the turn to Candle House Lane does dictate a minimum of a little more than the size of one spot. It's
Okay.
very tight with that brick wall behind us.
Thanks, Tori.
Yep.
Joe, on
Thank
the
you.
motion?
Aye.
Dale,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. And we're gonna do, Linda, do you have anything else after this one?
Oh, could you, hold on,
All right.
could I ask one more thing?
Yeah.
Are we going to get this back as a visual?
Yeah, we're gonna get the
okay.
whole thing back.
All right, thank you.
We're gonna do
Yeah.
this one, and then we're gonna take a 10-minute break, 41 Orange Street.
Just,
Well, you and I are gonna sit and do it,
okay,
okay?
yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, because you were going to the Brotherhood.
Yeah, we're gonna do it over a pint.
Yeah.
I hope the Guinness is up then poured.
21 Pleasant over?
21 Pleasant is over.
we're over.
You bring in the final drawing. Okay. You're closer than you were when we got here. Believe me, that was painful. Linda, please.
I think everybody's here.
We can do it after.
We have Steve, Ray, Val.
Your board is
Angus,
me,
and
Ray, Val,
Abby.
Angus, and Abby. So you've got the regular board.
And just a comment on the front end, in case Linda has pictures, there were no pictures or previous iteration to
There were
compare
a
it
ton
to.
of pictures in the previous one. I
Not
know
in
we
this
don't
one, though.
necessarily carry them over all the time, but
Okay.
they were there.
Guys, I'd like to
And it's not visible, except for that picture that
move
you took.
forward. Well, we did see it.
And the one I
so-
took.
Okay.
which was
Linda,
not
can you
visible.
please briefly explain the modifications you've
Well, if you
made?
want to pull it up, I had Brooke Meerbergen helped us out and redid the drawings correctly. And pulled it in from that backside, so there is a roof on, where the porch goes all the way to the corner board. We pulled it back in. It's not visible from anywhere on Orange Street, put it that way. And marginally, only one corner of it's visible from Plum.
It's quite open.
And there it is. It's shingled underneath, not paneled, by the way. Panel doesn't make any sense on this, so it's shingled underneath. But we did the windows, put the thing in between them, pretty much the same windows that are already in the structure, and pulled it in from the end and fixed the roof. So if you look at the lower left there, that's what you wanted from me on the lower left, Steve.
Yeah. Okay.
And we pulled it in so that it has a roof projecting past it.
Okay. Let's see, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a typical Nantucket circa 1820. And the revisions are more appropriate than previously submitted. Thank you. The windows, SDL, 6/6, double hung Boston sash, great. That was my question about the panels underneath. I thought maybe they should be shingle. So
Yeah.
if it's going to be shingle, then that would be the one modification if the board is so inclined to approve for that to be fixed in the plans. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Hey, Diane, does your group have anything?
I object as usual.
And Diane, Linda objects. Diane, we can't hear you. If you do have anything, you're muted.
Dude,
There, we can hear you now.
anyway, it's very simple. Our opinion was 41 orange alterations were fine.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions before we go? Again, myself, Ray, Val, Angus, and Abby. Ray, you want to go?
Sure. With the stipulation that the panels underneath of the windows is currently shown are removed, I'm fine with it.
Okay. Let's see, Val?
I'm struggling with this because I know you can see it and it's very unusual, so that's my comment.
Okay. Let's see, Angus.
Thank you. I appreciate the changes. I think that it would read more sort of following the idea of this being a filled-in second floor porch, like a sleeping porch type thing, is if in that west elevation, we saw a hipped roof rather than I don't know what that is, a trim board and a shed. And otherwise, I mean, I wish the spacing is well worked out in this west elevation as it is in the north elevation. If it, could back up so that there was only trim space between that right double window and the wall. Yeah, the
You could
cursor's
see it.
almost there. But other than that, I think this is much improved. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Abby?
I prefer to see shingles underneath the windows.
And my only, I like the idea of a hip roof, but I don't know.
That's not going to work on that part.
Okay, never mind that. I
Wow, so
think,
easily swayed.
I know.
well,
Well, it won't
so.
work
Hold
there.
it up.
It simply
Yeah, I
won't
just
work
was
there.
wondering if anybody else was concerned about the size of the windows. I mean, you have a perfectly good 6/6s in a slightly smaller size,
Oh, that looks
and that it
terrible.
might not look so jumping out at you if it were just one size smaller. But that's me, so thank
Can
you.
can I
No,
point out
no,
quickly?
no, I
You
would
can
just-
only see
Linda,
a
please.
corner of this thing. You
Linda,
can't see the rest of
I get
it.
to talk next.
I know, but you
please.
can't see it.
Jeez.
You can see it.
A corner of it,
All right.
the
You
rear
guys-
corner.
So she's gonna tell us.
Yes, I
guys-
am, because
you
I
want
gave you
some-
500 pictures
Oh
showing
my
you
God.
cannot
Do you
see
want
it.
some gloves and then you guys can, like, we can actually have
'Cause I'm
proper
fed up
I
with
don't
it.
think we should have to listen to it.
Well, I'm tired of it,
Yeah, and I'm tired of you.
because I gave you a bunch of pictures showing you cannot see it, except for the corner.
Yeah, don't.
That's the
stop.
problem.
Linda, you're both gonna get a timeout like 15 seconds ago.
Well, it
Now-
goes on too
Linda,
often.
Stop. The strategy of creating incoherence is not gonna work anymore. I am not gonna sit here in my volunteer time and go through this BS.
I'm not either.
So then that's even better, because then that isn't gonna happen. So you do not have the floor, do not speak. Thank you. I was gonna say that I think that this is gonna be less worse in real life than it looks like in the drawings. I think that the porch concept is plausible, it's reasonable. I do like the concept of the right side having a kind of an asymmetrical hip roof, but I think it's gonna be difficult to implement. And given the fact that, yes, this is visible, but it is limited visibility, I don't think that the hip roof change is gonna be worth the while. I am gonna say this before we move on to this application. I do not anticipate that we are gonna have this kind of behavior at a meeting again. And I mean that in earnest, because what will,
And that
Linda,
too.
stop. What will happen is, we will start to implement those things where if you keep talking, the constable will be called, not particularly you, but anyone. Because I am not gonna sit here and go through this type of interaction, where the emotions are ratcheted up, the emotions explode over, there's a response, da, 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 da. It's like, I don't need the trauma drama. We're here to volunteer and get some regulatory work done. So please take that to heart, because I'm very serious about this. The limit is passed. We're adults. You would not conduct yourself at a Concom meeting this way. You would not conduct yourself at a select board meeting this way. No one is entitled to conduct themselves in a public forum that way, at least not when I'm sitting here as chair. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Okay, now, what would we like to do in terms of a motion? I think we're there, we just need to have someone clarify it. It sounds like shingle,
Yep.
and we didn't resolve to make changes to the fenestration or the roof. Does anyone have any concerns with that?
Can I ask a question, Stephen? This is Ray.
Yes. Yeah,
Well, Abby's point is well taken, and I'm looking at this back elevation, and it looks to me like those, well, certainly not the center one, but those two flanking windows on either side of what I would assume is a picture window in the middle on the first floor are either the same size as or slightly smaller than the ones in the second floor sunroom, the proposed.
Same
Can-
size.
If they're the same size, I'm like totally good then.
okay, so I'm not sure, can you clarify the question part there?
The question was, are they the same size?
The
And
answer is
the
yes.
The applicant has said yes, so I will take that on faith, I suppose. So I'm good.
Okay, and then, can we go back to that, the elevation Ray was just referring to?
The east, west.
Yeah, okay. So I'm back to the question of what would we like to do, please?
Do you want me to separate them more?
I think, no.
Well, my problem was that I feel that the window size is too large, and it's just, yeah.
And Ray was curious about the size versus what's below. They're the same size window pane.
Well, there are other sizes on the side of the house.
They're all the same size, Abby.
Okay, Linda, please.
What's it called?
Hey,
The south elevation of the original
Same
house
size.
windows, those 6/6s, why can't they be more
the
in
same
relationship
size.
to that
Linda,
size?
please.
That's my only thing, and I would like to, what's the word? Investigate doing a hip, because I think the shed dormer is too modern.
Okay, I want to point something out. If the windows get smaller, the structure gets smaller. Is that what you're saying you want to see? Or do you want to see more lights in each?
It's the relationship of these two proposed,
Okay, let's go to the next north, because these translate around
That's the
the
south.
structure to the north.
There you go.
Right, so if the windows on the other elevation get smaller, Abby, clearly these would probably get smaller too.
Yes.
Because it looks like a porch. So my comment is that that would have to change something. And it would either be that there are more lights, so you'd have a 9/6 or something, or a 12/6, or you would have to change the actual top plate height because you have smaller windows, if we're looking for a porch look. So I'm trying to understand what you are looking to change if you change the window light size.
I think it's pretty simple. If you had a smaller window, one size smaller, that would relate to the original windows, the existing windows, then either the roof line would come down more and make up, and then the sides would come in on the sides just to make and keep it as 5 windows.
Okay, so
So-
that's what I was trying to understand. So you're saying smaller windows and a proportionately smaller lower top plate and left to
Yeah,
right width?
I think
There's
it would
no
look-
headroom then.
Look like it evolved.
Okay, so,
They are the same
Wait,
size.
Linda,
Let's be
please.
clear,
Linda,
Mr. Chairman.
please.
They're the
No,
same size
no,
as the other
no.
windows in the house.
Jesus. The Lord is my savior. In my past life, I never learned grace. And
Well, I'm not gonna
he's
get it now either.
Traumatizing me to learn it now. Yes.
They will be the same size.
Linda, please.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Ray. I think we need to hold for revisions.
I don't know what to revise.
And I'm going to support Abby's comment before you speak, Ray.
Okay.
That the light size be downsized, the top plate be brought down, and the left to right proportions be reduced. Because that's where I am at this point. Earlier, I was interested in approving it. Ray, please?
oh, Stephen. I don't need to say what I was going to say. Listen, I'll just make a motion to hold for revisions.
Okay.
See where that
Angus, you
goes.
need to- Thank you, Ray. Angus, do you need to add to that?
Oh, I wanted to agree with Abby as far as scale goes. I think that the larger window is a little bit, I think it responds to the idea of there being a porch and sort of filling in larger voids. But when you look at that, what is it, the west elevation, this is proportionally pretty big compared to the whole gable of the back of the house. So a little bit of downscaling as a result of smaller fenestration. And also those windows I think are larger than any window that's in the main mass of the house.
Hey,
So-
Angus, I'm going to stop you there, not to cut you off, but I think you made the point. Abby, you agree with Abby. I made the comment. I agree with Abby. You agree with Abby.
I agree with
We've communicated to the applicant's agent a better understanding of what we want. I think it's very clear. So with that, can we get a motion, Ray?
Ray made, yeah.
I
Ray
just made a motion to hold for revisions.
Yeah.
Thank you. On your motion,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, now we're going to take a 10-minute break.
I'm going to put all the pictures back.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the second edition. Nantucket. It's 4:36 p.m. Okay, we're on to Sunstone Coast Way, Atlanta. Is Lindsay's on? Okay.
I don't know how to do the screen share.
Oh, okay.
Because she set it up for me.
That's not how we did it 5 years ago.
I know, I'm 5 years ago, 3 years ago. 4.
But who's counting?
3.5. Do I go to share right here? Yeah. Should already be.
Lindsay, we're getting some AV stuff worked out at this end.
Yep. And then hit share.
Okay.
Close it out.
And for you
And then now
folks
you can
who
go and,
recognize
okay,
that
thank you.
AV
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I'm just a little rusty, guys.
I have to do that.
AV.
A little rusty.
Remember that AV? High school stuff?
When that roll thing, you figured it over.
Yeah, audio visual.
Yeah, it was like a cart. It's hanging on. Okay, are we ready?
We are ready.
Lindsay,
All right.
you know the drill. Please, here you go.
So 7 Stone Post Way, pretty simple. Got a shell driveway, stepping stone path to the front. In the rear, just asking for a patio, dining area, or fire pit, outdoor kitchen. Height to the house. I think visibility of the hardscape would be difficult to see. And then we've got plantings surrounding the perimeter. Pretty simple.
Okay, thank you. Holly? Well, actually, anyone with questions? Regular board. Joe will be our alternate for this goes forward. Okay, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, of course, this is infill within the outside of Sconset Old Historic District. The driveway should have dimensions, so we know it's in compliance with the zoning bylaw, chapter 139-20.1. And Belgian block, if it's within the subdivision, which I think this is one of the last vacant lots off a Stone Post. If there's Belgian block there in the neighborhood already, I have no concerns. Those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Who'd like to begin?
Well, it says JP. Does JP want to say why he put it on?
Joe, do you want to say why you put it on?
I don't remember. You know what? I don't remember reviewing this because I would have put this on consent.
Okay. Are you satisfied with that answer?
Yeah.
Okay, would you like to comment?
I have no concerns.
Abby?
One question. What is the back of the trash refrigerator? Is that the kitchen there? What does that look like from the street, if you were to see that from the street? What does the back of that look like?
Where are you looking, at the end of the driveway or on the patio?
On the patio.
Oh, it's a stone outdoor kitchen, but you'd never see it from the road because the house is completely blocking it.
So is it fieldstone?
Yes. Yeah.
And then it goes up and you don't see what's going on the other side? It's just fieldstone that's like, what, 4 or 5 feet high?
No, it's 3 feet high. It's countertop height. So it's just like a countertop,
30
like.
For your house or?
Yeah, I'd like to have an outdoor kitchen. No, I was just concerned about, looking over the hedge and seeing a kitchen on a patio.
We knew such a thing. Let's see, Ray?
I'm good.
Angus?
No concerns.
Do we have a motion, please?
Motion to approve
is
the-
submitted.
Vocal Val beat you just by a second, Angus. Val, on your motion?
Aye.
Angus?
All right.
Ray,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay. Just like that, we're on the 6A Marble Way.
Yep.
Lot 5. Hey, good evening.
Mr. Chair, how are you?
Getting there.
All right, hopefully.
Not sure where. Ever forward, right?
Absolutely.
What do you have for us this evening?
All right, so this is, so I want to make sure I get the address here correct. So just kind of a little bit of history on this property, which I think will be pretty relevant to everything you're seeing here. There was a A&R that was approved back in, I believe, December. This was originally 6, 8, and 10 Marble Way. An A&R was approved to divide it into 6 lots. By right, they're allowed to build a duplex and a garage. In the meantime, while we submitted this application, there was something in front of the planning board to be able to convert those garages into a bedroom, basically an apartment, a garage studio apartment with it. That is, if it hasn't been, it will be withdrawn. Planning board wasn't keen to the amount of park, even though it met the parking, it wasn't keen on how many parking spots, et cetera. The neighbors had voiced their concern about it. So the owner is going to withdraw that and just make these the legal requirement, which is a duplex with a garage, like studio, I think is the definition that can go above it.
Chris, I'm sorry
yes.
to interrupt. But
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes.
Having said that,
Yeah.
point us specifically to the lot that you're talking about.
Sure. So it's the one with the red, with the arrow. Yes.
And you're saying that that's the only dwelling unit on the property?
Well, it's going to be that, and there's going to be a garage.
Okay.
That's towards the back.
And then
There.
would you address I think, does that change the parking at all?
So it will. I imagine that in between the units, for instance, I can't fathom there's going to be, I think we're going to try for more greenery in between.
I just wanted to ask because that might come up.
Yeah, no,
Continue,
absolutely.
please.
Yeah, and I'll also say that, Lindsay, this is Atlantic Landscapes property. So what they also did, which I think is probably important, is they moved all of their landscape equipment, et cetera, mulch out of this area into another area. So really trying to define this more as it is employee housing for the Atlantic's employees as well, that we're trying to kind of incorporate into this property and structure. We tried to limit it. So again, I'm speaking to this lot, but I think it's important that we're trying to limit the exposure from the road too. So we have 3 driveways, which will be shared to kind of help with mitigate too much of that as well. Another important note is Marble Way is actually 60 feet in width. So while it does look like the property is hugging the front setback, it's actually about 25 feet off of Marble Way. There's existing 15-foot screening and lelands that are going to go between the properties that are already existing as well. So I just thought all of that was probably important from the whole application perspective of what's going on here. So really, it's going to end up being a duplex and a garage studio that we're looking at. So speaking to this particular application and the proposed plan, it is a duplex. It's something we've built a few times on island. Nothing too, I would say, too outlandish. Obviously, where our goal was on the whole subdivision, taking into account just staggering the buildings a little bit with the garages and the structures and the duplexes. I know a concern of the board the past few months that's been vocalized is having garages that are in front of the property. That's something that you don't like. So what we did on this one is we put the duplex more in the front and staggered it so the garage was all the way towards the back of the property. The height is, I believe, 25 feet, 8 inches. It is going to be natural to weather on the trim, natural to weather on the shingle, black roof, black windows on this one in particular. And I think that is all I have on this one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see.
Mr. Chair,
Holly?
I just wanted to mention that we did have a butters email just inquiring about the different applications that are before you for this property or properties. So I don't know if there's any abutters in the queue if they wanted to speak or not.
Okay, can we identify whether we have any abutters in the queue?
Yep, hand raised.
Okay.
Oh, it's Lindsay.
Oh, it's
No,
Lindsay?
Sam.
Sam? I don't see anyone. But you see them? Okay, that's what's important. If you could announce them and make sure they get in and it's actually a person.
Sam, if you can unmute.
Hi, Holly. I'm here, but I'm just listening. Thank you, though.
Thanks, Sam. Okay.
And Steve, I'm here as well.
Tori, okay, great. And let's see. Did Lindsay want to comment or is he just reserving it?
Yeah, I can comment.
Okay.
So,
I'd like
Lindsay.
to, Lindsay, I'd like to stick to the architectural, okay?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to point out, like, definitely sensitive to the neighborhood. And so when we did these structures, we tried to make it so that they look like single families, right? So like they didn't show the two doors showing to the street. So we kind of, because I don't know, I just think it looks better. And we also tried to make it so you didn't see a lot of the buildings by like doing like what he was saying with the staggering, but also like with the driveway positioning and everything. Just so that when you look down, you didn't see a whole sea of cars and you didn't see a big house in front of you. And there's a lot of vegetation in there that not only at the road, but also between the properties, which I think will do a good job of kind of screening them. And anyway, I hope you guys, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Who'd like to begin?
I need a little background on this.
Go ahead, what's your question?
My question is this the first one of this development that we're
Yeah.
looking at?
So I was actually
Thank you.
Yes, and then I was gonna explain, I put this on consent, so I was gonna explain that context. So can we hold just for a minute on that?
Sure, because yeah.
You okay? I'm here as the public. Victoria Ewing, 5 Marble Way. I appreciate Lindsay and Chris's efforts to minimize the original intentions of going to the planning board and trying to do more than what they are allowed to do. My only question was about the setbacks. It looks like it's right on top of the property line. As you may or may not know, Marble Way and Somerset are a development of maybe 30 covenant homes that were built in 2004. They're all a story and a half. The interior roads are all market rate properties that indeed are 2 stories. I definitely appreciate the look of the single family dwelling. It's definitely more in line with what the neighborhood represents, and just look forward to the discussion of the board. And if we could just talk about, as you mentioned, Steve, briefly, the interior parking. I appreciate the 3 accesses to the 5 lots or 6 lots, and the staggering of the house versus the garage. But just looking for feedback on how much it's going to be on top of the road despite the existing vegetation that Chris mentioned.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Okay, so I had this to review. I requested a streetscape and supplemental to that, a streetscape with some anticipated vegetation, I understand, was provided. My position on this application is that it is an investment of our time, as there's going to be a total of 5 lots, and we will, much like a subdivision, we have the benefit of understanding how they relate to one another. So I think it's worthwhile to take a look at the streetscape and in addition to the architecture for this particular building. And then obviously parking is a secondary matter, but it is something that's relevant to the extent we can see it, and we might want to weigh in that. Lindsay, will there be a hardscape application with this, or it is what it is with each home?
Sorry, we're not really proposing any hardscape really, other than the driveways and the plantings.
Okay, no, that's fine. So the reason I ask is I want to make a determination to facilitate discussion, and that will be that if we want to make comments on parking, visibility, so on and so forth, materials, we need to do it on this application and have it run with the house if there's, when and if we get to motions. Okay, everyone?
Mr.
Unless,
Chairman?
unless of course you prefer that I separate them out. Up to you.
Let's see how this goes. If there was, it's a driveway running into the property, it's a lot of parking, that's a concern, but at the same time, it's a relatively simple concept, so I think we could probably hit it with the house. Well, let's see what the members have to say. I'd like to just, if we could, if anyone has questions on the front elevation, why don't we walk through the house itself, and then
Sure.
we'll take a look at the streetscape? Or why don't we do the streetscape first?
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
works
let's
for
do
you.
the streetscape first.
Okay.
And again, this is an investment for the next 4 of them, in addition to this one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, so I think one of the, apologies, I don't know if everybody on the board went to the property itself. If you actually go down one more, I'm sorry, just go down to the view of Marble Way, if you don't mind, please. Just,
Pictures?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just think that's probably relevant to, just a little bit more. Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. Yeah, thank you so much. I think this is helpful to kind of see and to, address Tori's concern too, as far as the street and it being close to the front setback. It's a great question. All that vegetation that you actually see there is like part of Marble Way. So all of that is going to stay, and we're definitely going to, I know Lindsay's intention to say, well, obviously it's his business too, but is to absolutely screen this as much as humanly possible when it comes to streetscape. So that, everything you're seeing as far as the natural vegetation that's there too, the idea is to absolutely keep as much of that as we possibly can. And then, of course, the ability to transplant some of those lealands. They're 15 to 20 feet in height. So I just wanted to reference that as far as the streetscape was concerned too.
No, that's helpful, Chris. And then can we go to slide 7 of 24 and look at the top of the sheet? Yeah. And at the top of the sheet, the elevations are light lined in. It's actually a nice way of doing this, by the way. So
You're just about there, I think.
yeah. I think this is a helpful way to present this type of thing. So there we have, and then can we scroll just a little bit more? The
Your way.
yeah, scroll the page up so we can see more of it. There you go. Okay. This is the one on the far right, not the garage, is the structure we're looking at? Oh, over there. Okay, sorry, just getting my bearings. Okay, lot 5. Okay, guys, so that's the streetscape. I'm not trying to walk through for the applicant, I'm just trying to facilitate having looked at this and having requested it. And does anyone want to have any discussion? Does anyone have questions or comments on the streetscape before we go to the particular dwelling that we're reviewing this evening?
No.
Anyone online? No?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm not sitting on this, right?
No.
Okay.
Not currently. I heard an
Might have been Sam.
I said no, thank you though.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna go, now we're just gonna go, we see the context, so we're gonna go to the actual number 5, please, elevations. And who'd like to begin?
I will.
Val.
I appreciate this. I think it's a great attempt at keeping it a story and a half. We know they need a little more height because of the boxes. I think I would only have one request of Chris, and that is on the little overhangs on each side, make them shed roof.
Sure.
Instead of the gables, and that's it. Nice job.
Thank you.
And it does fit in with the existing building very nicely. Thank you.
Okay, and then we're gonna do a tail end on the driveway parking. That way we can consolidate everyone's concerns, excuse me, if any. Yeah, I kept shutting off, so I'm doing the same thing. I'm rebooting like that
Yeah,
application.
so how do we
Abby,
get,
you want to go next?
no, I just want to ask you a technical question. Everything, every time I go to look at something further than,
That's why I kept repeating myself, is because I'm trying to mimic what happens when I'm on the screen. Yeah, so you need to direct them, whoever's steering, to what you want to look at on
okay,
the,
well, it was very hard to,
I can look on my phone.
well, we have a big screen here, folks.
Okay.
So let Kathy know what you'd like to look at.
yeah, no, I don't have an issue with the architecture. I have an issue with the way it's laid, the whole layout of this with no it looks like almost no vegetation at all in a very rural area. So I have the concept I'm not being able to digest. It's not the architecture.
Okay.
But the architecture itself on the site seems extremely shoehorned in. So it's very tight.
Okay, thank you, Abby. And we are going to look at the site plan as a one-through before we wrap this up this evening. Next. Ray?
Agree with Val on the gable porches. I was, rather taken aback by this long, shed dormer on both sides. It'd be great if it came in a little bit, but that's not facing Marble Way. It's facing in. The gable end is facing forward, so I'm a little less concerned about that. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, Angus?
I agree about the gable roofs. I actually agree with Ray's thought about these sheds, not as much from the shed dormers, not as much from the east and west that they face, but from the street. It's just that when the gable dormers get so close to the gable, they, they make the gable look like it's a four-pitched main roof. So I would appreciate, at least on this, that pushing in a couple of feet or some. And I do have comments about the site, but it sounds like that's coming later.
Yep, shortly. Okay, thank you. I don't have a lot of concerns with the structure. I think the Val's comments were appropriate with respect to the little gables, sheds instead, shed roof assemblies instead. I think the dormer, the length of the structure could be taken back a little bit, but I understand that it's going to be viewed obliquely, and the distance from the street. So I'm not as concerned with that as I would be perhaps if it was closer, or if these were oriented so that the length of the dormer was facing the street. I'd want to see a country porch on that side underneath that covered porch. And I do have comments on the parking and the landscaping. What do we want to do with this?
Before we
Yeah.
go to a vote, is there any concern about how lot line to lot line this is?
Can we go to the, oh, I'm sorry, thank you. Can we go to the site plan, please?
I think look at the pictures of the vegetation in place. Or drive down there, it's,
I'm looking at this right here, and it looks like nothing but it's asphalt and,
it's not asphalt, it's pea stone.
Guys, through the chair, please. We've had enough of the other stuff.
Mr. Chair, can I clarify some of the dimensions?
No, I want to,
Okay.
hold on 1 second.
Sorry. Yep.
Can we focus on the one up in the front, please? Hopefully it doesn't reboot. Okay, right there. Oh,
so close.
oh, that's good. Right there. It's like when you find that spot you're trying to scratch. Okay, thank you, Kathy. Abby, you had a comment about the site material in addition to the setbacks from the sides.
I'm just looking at this. I'm concerned about the setback.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Okay.
I'm registering that, and then did you also had a comment about the driveway material?
Oh, no, that was an extra. I can save that for later. But,
Well, we're going to talk about the site too.
all right, well, you've got Marble Way, you've got a driveway coming in that and on either side, you have a house with no, where is the outside area for these people? Is there any, it just looks almost yard space, people to, I don't know. It seems a little tight.
Sure. No, I understand what you're saying. I'm just trying to understand.
So, I mean, on the architecture, I'm fine with the architecture, but is it too big for this lot?
Okay. And I just want to go back to the driveway again. What is the material, Chris or Lindsay?
Yeah, I'll defer to Lindsay on that.
Just so we can.
He's got his hand raised.
Pea stone.
Lindsay, go ahead.
It's pea stone.
Pea stone. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Abby has voiced the concern. We've pinned down what the driveway material is. Anyone else want to comment on this at this point, like this?
Is it loose pea stone or pea stone
Yeah.
into tar?
No, it's like at my other the number 6 where my shop is. It's just like a loose gravel, but pea
Okay,
stone.
thank you.
Okay. Val?
Sure. They have told us that they're not gonna have as many parking spaces, and they're working on that, so we don't have the final plan in front of us. And it's really one big lot that's divided up to give employee housing, so I don't know that they're lots separately per se, maybe they are. And I mean, I think he gets it, Lindsay gets it. We want as few, well, I'm a parking freak because I live in Mid-Island, so I appreciate parking, but a little more green space is really the concern, it sounds like, and there is a little playground over on the last lot, which is mostly green space, so.
I was gonna say that if I
I
can.
think the employees would be happy.
Okay, thank you.
I was gonna- can I just
Ray,
say one
and
thing
we're,
about
again,
the-
we're just speaking now at this point with regards to mass relative to setbacks and also the visible landscaping, which is basically the driveway entry. You can, Ray, did you have anything?
No, I commented on the architecture. I hear about the size of the building with respect to its lot. I mean, obviously, clearly the zoning is allowing this. I'm not going to opine as to whether I like or dislike that particular zoning at the moment.
Okay, thanks. Let's see. Angus, anything to add?
Beyond the architecture, like the overall streetscape?
Yeah, I mean, like setback massing and the distance of a structure and the size of a structure, its massing with respect to the setbacks is part of our purview. It establishes character and setting. I'm not trying to entice someone to comment on it, but it's something we can speak on, so I'm asking if you have a concern.
I mean, when you look at the pictures, it's all green on this like muddy road, and then when we look at the streetscape, there are 5 of the 10 buildings that are proposed here, and so it seems like a major change in the character. Who controls that buffer zone where that planted area that is part of the street is of Marble Way? Who controls that?
Marble Way is a public way, correct?
Yeah, it's a
So
public
the
way.
town. Pardon me?
So I mean, if the town were to decide to cut down those trees, and all of a sudden we see all these buildings, as much as I appreciate their proximity to each other to hide or mitigate the exposure of the large parking areas, that would be a concern. But if we're not really concerned about the town taking away the existing landscaping along Marble Way, I feel like this has been done for the intensity of the program, very creatively. I appreciate the effort in the overall, like, there are a bunch of buildings and a lot of them are repeats, but it doesn't necessarily read that way because doors and porches and wind fenestration, they're all in sort of different locations and places. So I appreciate all that.
Can I say one thing real quick?
I'm gonna actually hold you, Lindsay. We got,
Okay.
I think we've got stuff in the, Joe wanted to comment, and then we're gonna go to the butter, and then I'll do my comments.
I guess I'm commenting unofficially, right?
Yeah,
But
well, I
since
mean,
I'm an
you're the alternate. If something carries on, I think it's beneficial to share your perspective.
Yeah, and it wasn't specific to the building, it was just to the overall. 9 gables facing the street struck me, looking at the streetscape. And I could see all of the secondary buildings rotating 90 degrees so that the primary buildings are gable forward, and then the garage structures are rotated 90 degrees to that, so that in the scenario that Angus described of exposing these structures more to the street, I don't think we want to see all of these gables lined up and then you're going to see through the property to all these gables in the back. So I think just a little bit of variation, given that they are the same design and they're just being relocated on the property. That was the one thing that jumped out to me. Other than that, I don't have any other comments. Just thought I'd throw that out there for fellow board members to consider. Thanks.
Thanks, Joe. I think that's very helpful. Can we go back to the site plan, please? The upper portion that shows the elevations and the street.
Oh, the streetscape?
Yeah. On the site plan.
It's just sticky.
Yeah.
Is that-
We're gonna do some file optimization classes with
Is that
Mark
okay?
Catone for
Is that okay?
So, memory like an elephant. Okay, so I agree. I think Joe's comment is a very good one. It's a great observation, and I think I agree with Angus's comments with respect to the general use of the lot. It's less objectionable given the vegetation that's in place. However, to follow through on his comment, we only have purview over what's on the lot. So what I would like to know is, what I would like to suggest is that we are looking at, the other thing is the arborvitae and whatever it is, of the evergreen materials along Marble Way right now, I understand are beneficial. I think long-term, they are not conducive to a neighborhood look. That is very good, and the neighbors may think differently, and I will defer to them because they live in the neighborhood and they may not ever want to see any of this. But I would think that yard specimen type trees in the front yards between these structures and the property bound along Marble Way, which is currently 20 feet away to dirt and filled with evergreens, we would like to see. I would like to be future forward looking with respect to vegetative plant material trees that would buffer the vertical elements of these structures if and when the town comes in, puts in sidewalks, and opens that whole thing up. I think that it would benefit us to address that in these applications.
Can I just say one thing just specific to that?
But I want to address concerns that I have because this is the only time we have to do that. Lindsay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
We're actually proposing exactly what you're saying. Like, we want to have the evergreens that we drew are on our property. Like, because I do know how it is with the road. Like, we don't own the road and that could get cleared. So I preempted that by, those arborvitaes are cryptomerias that you see planted currently and on that lot that you could see in that picture on Marble Way. That's on my property. So like all of the trees that we're planting would be on our property line so that if they did take the whole road away, you still wouldn't see our structures. And there is actually kind of precedent of this further down the road, like towards the beginning, there's a big Leland hedge We're proposing not a total Leland. We're doing like a mix of evergreens, but we're gonna repurpose the evergreens that I have currently dividing my lot 6 and 8, repurpose those along that property line along Marble Way, but mixing in some other different types of evergreens, like some spruces.
Okay, thank you. So, Abby?
Just a point on this vegetation. Leyland cypress, as we all know, are very weak trees, and they grow very wide. And other, cryptomeria and the cypress trees are just, food for the deer. And how are you going to maintain that vegetation when you have, the deer walking around chewing up the bottoms?
Just like we do with our other clients' properties, we'll protect them in the shoulder seasons and we'll spray them. And we do underplant. We will underplant with some shrubs, obviously, so that, if they ever were to get eaten, they'd have some shrubs kind of growing up underneath them to hide the understory. But I definitely am sensitive to the fact that all that roadway could get cleared. And I don't know if you noticed, but on the plan, we did actually, I don't know if it shows on this one, but we do have a site plan that shows where there's like a little section where my old 8 Marble Way driveway came in and I closed it off, and it kind of became a spot where people were pulling off and parking. I'm proposing filling that in, even though it's not my property, but filling that in to even give it more density in that area. I don't know if we submitted another site plan that had the streetscape with the evergreen trees in place. I don't know if you guys have that. That one might be a good one to see for everybody if you have it.
I think what we're going to do, Lindsay, is we're going to ask for the minor revisions and to consolidate your site plan vegetation onto the site plan here. So it's a minor revision, but it's going to include the landscape information, so we can do a final, everything's in one place review, which I think will be relatively brief, but it'll maybe answer questions we have. And if we need to annotate it, we can, and then we can move forward. Does anyone have a concern with that approach?
I want to.
No.
Okay. Val?
What is the revision aside from the shed roofs?
It's the shed roofs, and then it's more information on the site plan versus some green stuff without labels and no labels on the driveway and so on and so forth.
Okay, so it's not a separate plan. Got it.
Yeah, that's all. So we're gonna just consolidate that, what is the landscape plan, and look at the plant material along Marble Way as vegetative screening, so we wanna know what it is and where it is. And so we have a drawing that memorializes what actually is gonna be there when it's done. Okay?
All right. Mr. Chair, is it fair to say that what I heard from the comments as far as the architecture of that building was the changing the side porches
Yes.
to sheds?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
And then Holly, you said, I'm sorry. Okay, who is it? Sam?
Hi, I just wanted to clarify one thing. Marble Way is not owned by the town. It's a private way.
Okay, so I guess what that would mean is that the abutters would have to agree to clear unless the town did a taking, right? That's the translation from zoning to how it affects screening. Is that correct, Helen? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Sam. So that provides the abutters a little bit of control too, I think.
And I just wanted to say a few more things when you're
Sure,
ready,
yeah,
Steve.
go ahead.
So indeed, Marble Way is a 60-foot way, which is not necessarily the norm for all roads on Nantucket. Most of them are 40.
16 or 60?
60. And we are in the midst of town meeting approved sewer infrastructure coming our way. We are currently in the design phase of that. So that is about a year to 2 down the road. So an easement or a taking of the town in this area could be. And so the pictures that you do see, besides the trees that Lindsay mentioned that are indeed on his property, could very well be cleared, and the road could be completely revamped in the future, and we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. We're making a decision. we're making a decision on what the situation is now. But it does look like these buildings are very close to the front yard setback. It does look like if they are going to revise the parking, that the larger structures could move back a bit. If you look at the pictures of the local houses, I think mine's in there and a couple of my neighbors, there are 8,000 square foot lots. We sit about halfway back from the lot, from the road, and we have big front yards. And again, as I mentioned, they're all story and a half capes and smaller structures. Again, I appreciate the design. I appreciate the sensitivity. I appreciate not doing anything more than he's allowed, and the 3 driveway entrances. But in your conversation regarding site location and parking and driveway and materials, know that all of the greenery that is on the actual road could go away very easily.
Okay, thanks, Tori.
Thanks.
That's helpful, and that's why I want to document it. We want to have it, we're planning visual mitigation now for the future. Okay, so can we get a motion to hold for the architectural revisions and the site plan information we requested?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Val. On your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Angus.
Aye.
Okay, I hope that was time well spent for the others. Let's see.
Thank you.
Cliff, good evening.
I
11
believe
Somerset?
I have to sit off this because this was an open-ended project that I had submitted. And,
You can, that's fine, you can just say I
Okay.
recuse.
right.
So let the record reflect Al Oliver recused on number 211 Somerset Road, Portico. Cliff, good evening.
How are you?
Welcome to the HTC.
Thank you so much. It's been inspiring.
Inspiring. It's been interesting, at least. Why don't you go ahead and kindly walk staff through the application as they let them know where you want to go as you go.
Basically, we're just trying to upgrade the house. We've gone from shingles to clapboards. I came earlier with another portico that I guess it basically wasn't liked, I forget by who. So we've moved on to this fresher, new, upgraded one. I think this this picture was
To show them the one that.
copied.
Let's have Cliff
Yeah.
tell us what you'd like us to look at.
Yeah, we're basically, this was I think on Orange Street, there's a similar house that has the same portico, so.
You want us looking at the top right corner here? Or the?
Yeah, basically that drawing right there.
Okay,
And
so
and then one on the left, it's a good depiction of what's gonna be put in.
Okay.
Pretty straightforward.
Thank you. Let's see, so it's regular board except for Val, and that means Joe. Who'd like to go?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Holly?
Okay, thank you. So for the record, this is, I guess this building is actually older than 1950s. I think it was moved to this site in the 50s by Mr. Preston Manchester. And this is a federal style type of architecture. And while the portico is an appropriate feature for a asymmetrical federal style structure, I think the stoop is very wide. And I think the entablature seems to be very heavy. I do appreciate hearing that there's a style of this on a house downtown. Photos, I think, would have been helpful. But I think the entablature could come down and reduce it to the scale. And while I was supportive of the last application to work with what's there, I think this style is appropriate, just needs some tweaks. For your consideration, thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Let's see, Ray?
Agree with Holly, the entablature is way too heavy. It's almost, well, it's more than half the height of the actual door, which I don't think you would find, anywhere. So I just want to see that simplified and made smaller. I think that's what Holly was sort of suggesting. Thank you.
Okay, so less heavy wise.
Less heavy. Yep.
Joe?
Yeah, I agree with the comments that have been made. I'm fine with the spirit of this direction versus trying to replicate what was there. But I think it looks okay in the front elevation, even though it's still tall, but the side elevation and viewing this obliquely, I think it's going to feel top heavy. So I think it just needs to be lightened. And I think some detail on the supporting columns would also help to balance this out visually, because right now there's no base to the columns or capital, and it's just a flat panel on the column with no articulation. So I think some attention needs to be paid to not just the roof, but the elements that are supporting it. Those are my comments.
Thanks. Abby?
Yeah, I agree with what's been said because of its rural setting. Simplify, it looks very formal, but I'm okay with the concept. Just bring it down a notch.
Thanks. I think that, I'm okay with this, other than I agree with Joe, base capital, some detailing a little bit. Maybe the column size comes down a tiny bit. Inset and your base and your capitals are utilizing the existing space you've mapped out here. And just proportionately shorter to kind of lighten up the weight of the mass above the columns. I don't have a concern with the formality here. I think it kind of reminds me of the old Tashma farmhouse. It got moved out of town. It's a farmhouse, but it's got a formal vernacular, then more formal than not, and I'm okay with it. I would be curious though, having said that, what's the color you're proposing?
It's going to be white, and the house is gray clapboard with white windows.
Okay, so depending on how much you can lighten up the upper portion above the capitals, I might have a little bit of concern about the white, but maybe like a silver platinum type off-white, but.
All right, well, the existing one is white, just
White,
like the trim of
okay.
the windows, so I'm not sure. Whatever, if you give me a list of your input, I'd be more than happy to,
I
I
think
guess.
where we are, Cliff, is not in order of importance, but lighten up the upper portion proportionately. There's some concern about formality, but I didn't hear that as an overall consensus. Add some detail to the columns and let us take a look at it again. Is that?
Yeah, I think so. I think how do I put this? Since this is the only element that you're putting on the house, we're scrutinizing it.
Yeah.
But even if this entire house was new, I've seen many applications where everything is fine, but you might spend 2 meetings on just the front entryway. Because the proportions of that, if they're done, I wouldn't want to say wrong, but you know when it's right, it feels right. So I think a drawing or two, this like side-by-side option might help, so that you're not coming back numerous times. I think we could look at 2 options side by side, and I think that might get you an approval after some minor revisions.
And I'm gonna add to that, and then Abby. So less volume here, a little more detail, less volume here.
As far as height, you mean?
Like for me, you're compressing that. It's too heavy of a
Too
presentation.
high, but the
Yes.
space between the windows and the top of it.
And then once you do that, it needs to be in a way that looks historically correct and proportional, and then you might change some other elements as a result. But I think that's the general takeaway.
Yeah, I wish I
And then
could
it's
think
gonna
of.
take more than, maybe if you do an extra, do an option. So we can look at it and we can make a determination, because this is a pretty visible location.
Would it be appropriate to suggest that,
Yeah.
I'm gonna put you on the spot, for the applicant to confer with staff, because I'm sure that there are some historic precedents that you'd be aware of that you could just take a field trip to look at?
There is one, as you leave through Joy Street, there's a house not too far away that almost looks, it's a little smaller house, but it looks exactly like the same Portico.
I think that's, beneficial, confer with Holly. In the back of building with Nantucket in mind, you've got one of these you can look at. It'll give you ideas on the proportionality
Yeah.
and just kind of fine tune it. And it'd probably be beneficial to bring 2 options, because then we can be like, oh, yeah, okay, and spit out something that's provable.
Perfect.
Technical HCC.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be copied 100%, but I think something that would inspire. It's like an Exhibit A, except it's a field field trip.
Yeah.
You know.
And Abby and
Yeah,
Angus.
I was just going to say that to give you a number, that you have those columns drawn at 1 foot, and I would shrink those down to something like, 8 to 10, so that, because right now, those are very thick. So, but I agree with Joe that I think the staff could help you get this done like that.
And the back of building with Nantucket in mind. Angus.
Oh, yeah, I agree with what's been said. I don't think you have to reinvent the wheel. There are plenty of porticos that are well proportioned on the island that you can use it as an example. And I would just do that.
Super, that's helpful, thank you. Cliff, so we're gonna ask for some revisions and maybe an option if you're feeling it, and go with the proportions that are kind of historic from the back of building the Nantucket.
Perfect.
Can we get a motion?
Yep, sure. Motion to hold for revisions and input from staff and,
The only thing, I just want to caution, I'm not, if Holly has the time, fine, but I don't want to tie an applicant up if Holly doesn't have the time. Like, there are other resources. What we're trying, I think, emphasize is, if Holly's available, try and use her as a resource. That's all. I don't want to tie a motion to having to have her find time if she's got 3 other projects that she's dealing with, that's all. Is that okay, Abby?
yeah, it's
Okay.
fine.
So on your motion,
I'm an aye.
Angus,
Hi.
Ray before he heads out,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we got to get out of the porridge here. Molasses, blackstrap molasses. Okay, Angus. Oh, 23 Ocean, this is the one that's going to pull us out.
no,
Oh, no, it's being held.
Oh, it is? It's not going to pull us out.
I was teasing.
Ethan has a bunch of
No, I just,
wonderful ones.
not to put anyone under spotlight, but when did we notice that this would be held?
It's been on the agenda for last week, was it? 2 weeks now.
So this has been, that it's going to be held?
Yes.
Okay, because that's
Yes.
our 2 weeks advance notice.
Oh,
is,
gosh.
Okay,
So
just
my
wanna make sure.
migraine was for nothing.
117 Orange.
Hey.
Ethan, good evening. Let's see, is Ray still with us?
I'm here.
And Ray, are you headed out shortly, or?
Yeah, I'll sit through, ideally, these 3 Ethan applications.
Thanks.
Okay, sounds good, and then we'll know. Go ahead, Ethan.
So this was Orange Street video, John McLaughlin's house. Now it's a gym. And I have included in here the Sanborn maps. So what they'd like to do is remove the that's a more modern addition right there. And he's going to move it to his lot to turn into employee housing and restore the original building back to kind of what it looked like on the Sanborn maps. If you scroll up, you can see the shape of it. You zoom in there, it was just that there was no additions, and that was 19 whatever, the 20s when the town started going out further. So yeah, it's off to it's on the wall. There you go. There you go. So that's kind of the original shape, and that's what, and they need parking, because his ultimate plan is to close off right now people are using it as a street going between Cumberland Farms and stuff, and he wants us to kind of stop that. So that's going to come in later with the landscape designer.
Okay, I'm going to have a question for you on that in a moment, but any other comments?
That's it.
Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1850s 3-bay. Obviously, it's had additions over the years. Was the Orange Street video. It was John McLaughlin's. It was also my husband's grandfather's house, great-grandfather's house, Backus household before the McLaughlins went there. All that to say, this is a contributing resource within the historic district, as well as, even if this addition was done per the Sanborn maps, this is 1923, so say this is 1930s, which I think is what Ethan had mentioned on his application, that is still contributing addition L, bump out, if you will. It would be nice to know the exact date. I am concerned of altering this contributing resource. I know there's a subsequent application afterwards, but it is part of the character and setting of the historic district. Thanks.
Thank you, Holly. And I meant to ask, does anyone have any questions for Ethan?
Oh, but do you want to hear
Yes, Diane, what's your group have?
what my group says that they would like to have the building remain on the site if it was possible. It was built in the 1930s. We spent some time looking at it. There's also that little building in behind, which was a dog grooming place and was a takeout place before with a parking space between the two. We would like to see what they were planning if the little building was going to stay like it was, and if the more modern part of Johnny's house could be put in such a way that just to keep it all together. That's what we thought. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Let's see, who'd like to begin? Regular board,
I'll go.
Dale?
I was going to put this on consent because I appreciated keeping the original building. I didn't know or feel that the add-on was as important as the rest of it, so, I don't have a concern with it.
Okay. Abby?
I have concern because of its age and the way the massing, it's really, it's really nicely, it has been nicely evolved from that main mass and then the connector and this piece, nice and simple. And if this were to be, I would worry what's going to take its place and that it would be appropriate in size and fit with the main building on the site. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, Ray?
Thanks, Stephen. Mr. Chair, well, I think we all agree that this building is, the building, the total building is charming, the way it is. I love its scale. But I don't think that the older part of the building will suffer by having this third piece removed. In fact, I think it might actually benefit because the scale will be reduced, at least with respect to Orange Street. And the piece that we're talking about is it's a 1930s but very generic gable box. And like Val said earlier, she appreciated, and I appreciate the fact that it is actually being moved as opposed to being proposed for demolition. I can understand why that traffic thoroughfare thing, I'm guilty of that every now and again myself. So I can see why they might want to redo the campus over there. So I'm okay with it, Stephen. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay with the move, I should say. The move.
Okay, thanks, Ray. Let's see, Val, did Angus?
Oh, no, I'm happy to go ahead. So, yeah, I mean, the additive massing kind of stops where this addition began, and then it pops back up again. And so I do think that the massing probably improves, but it's going on 100 years of being there, or 90 years, depending on when in the 30s this was. And to raise clarification of move, not demo. Yeah, I would be just as clear about that. But yeah, when I first looked at this, my concern was what's going to take its place. I'm relieved to hear that it's landscaping and not some other sort of structure. Could you please go to the last photo before you get to the site plan? All the drawings show a fence around that HVAC equipment. If you go down to the photo, I know this isn't it, but it's just like I can't help but to look at it. If you scroll down just a little bit more, there's a photo no, up, sorry. Up one more. Yeah, there.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think it's on
Yeah.
William Street or.
yeah, that, I
Cherry.
don't, that is a real concern.
Yeah.
I have a fence in my drawing that's supposed to be.
Yeah, that's what I was
My
thinking.
drawing has a
So anyway, I definitely wouldn't want it to be demolished. I could take it or leave it. If it's getting landscaped, the proportions of the building, I think the emphasis goes back to the main original structure, which is, I think, a plus. But it's been there a long time. Thank you.
Can I
Thanks,
just,
Angus. Let's see, I think that's back to me then.
do you want me to answer those questions he had? There's
Any other
nothing,
questions?
well, there's nothing going in place of it. We're not putting another building there is what people
Yeah,
are
I'm gonna
asking.
bring that up when I
Okay.
speak. Thank you, Bill. Can we go back to the image? I wanted to add another concern,
The photo?
the Cherry Street perspective. Is that,
Oh, mini split.
yeah, can you zoom in on the main structure and that, in particular, that, I don't think that's the power, I think that's the, isn't that a line set that goes in there? That should get a cedar drop box in the center there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we can.
We wrap it. My concern is what's gonna go there, and I'm frankly not comfortable removing a piece of history regardless of whether it's the perfect additive mass or not, without having the other plan in front of it. Look, if somebody changes their mind afterwards, I understand, we don't control, that, but it doesn't sit right with me.
If you go to the site plan, you can see why. It's going to become parking.
Yeah.
So it's going to be, because the property line is right there and it's shared parking, so half the cars are out of the property.
Okay, where's the site plan that shows that?
Right there. See the site, the property lines, the blue line goes around there, yeah.
Yeah.
So the parking is going to be going where the building is.
Oh, but you don't actually show it.
No, not yet, because I'm not the landscape designer,
So
but
this is take down John McLaughlin's house, pave the paradise and put in
Put up a
parking.
parking lot.
I'm sorry, but I'm not.
also the
not gonna happen.
building is modern framing, 3.5, 1.5 framing for this piece that we're moving. It's
I
not
understand.
1930s.
Just my personal opinion. Okay, what do we want to do with this?
And the other plan shows where it's going.
Yep.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, that's the next one. So that's, once we determine what we're gonna allow or not allow, then we go to the next.
I'm happy to make a motion to hold for more information, like what's replacing this, like where the parking is, and also maybe an accompanying application of the site location of where this is proposed to go to.
That's the second
the next
application,
one.
next one.
So, if I may, Angus, this would be held to track the hardscape?
Sounds good?
I mean, is that a different way of saying what you were saying?
Yes.
Okay. Ray does that to me all the time, so I'm just, trying to. On your motion, Angus.
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm an aye on the tracking.
Yeah.
Not on the concept. Okay, we're on to 10 Polywog. Do we want to have these track, because I don't want to be in a position like we are currently, and not to delay you guys, but you can't do anything until we
Well,
sell the other.
the polywogs is 2 parts, so you can look at part 2, or part 1 actually is we're moving the building and polywog
But-
on site.
Okay,
you
if
can
you
look at
want
that
to
one.
pursue that, but, okay. But I'm not comfortable approving a move of a structure that we haven't approved the move of.
That's fine, we're moving another structure.
Okay, yeah, that one we can do.
This one, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So go to the next
So
application.
which, hold on a sec, guys. Is number 5 the one that move on building?
No, it's the,
No. That's, move on building is what you're proposing from 117 Orange?
yeah,
So we'll track,
yeah.
that will track 117 Orange, which is tracking the hardscaper 117 Orange.
Yes.
Just to be clear.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, move on, site garage, 10 Pollywog Pond Lane is next.
Okay. You can scroll down, there you go. So this garage was moved to this site. Originally, the driveway was a 2 curb cuts, it was a horseshoe driveway. And they just added green space. So he basically wants to move the existing garage over to that side in anticipation of moving the new building in the backyard to become employee housing.
Gotcha. Does anyone, I just want to say,
Yeah.
we spent hours reviewing getting it moved to where it is now.
That's
But
awesome.
that's okay. Everyone has the prerogative. Does anyone have any concerns with this?
No.
Can we get a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, so on your motion,
Aye.
Ray? Angus?
Might be
Aye.
gone. Ray's gone.
No,
Doug's
the other
gone.
building.
Abby?
Aye.
Me? Joe?
Am I on this? I'll say aye.
Yeah, so Joe's sitting on this, and Ray is, had to depart for the rest of the evening. Okay, so the board will be
Thanks.
going forward,
Thank you.
myself, Abby, Angus, and Bill and Joe. Okay, so that carried. Now we're on to 5 North Beach Street. Hey, Ben, good evening.
Good evening, everybody.
Go ahead.
So, this is a new construction that's underway on North Beach Street. The house is, on the exterior is essentially done. And there's three things we're asking for tonight. One is that they've opted for a gas fireplace and no longer need an exterior chimney. So we're requesting not to build the exterior chimney. And the second thing we're requesting is a change of door style on the front door and the rear door. So we're scrolling through the previous approvals. The rear door was this 4-light 2-panel, and the front door was a kind of unusual. I don't even remember how many panels I had. And we're looking to very much simplify both those doors to a 3-panel solid door. And those are illustrated on the elevations. So with that, I look to hear your feedback.
Okay, thanks, Ben. Does anyone have any questions for Ben before we go to Holly? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the board reviewed, this is an infill within the, actually right outside the OHD. The board reviewed very diligently on the infill dwelling. There was a structure that was originally there that I think got moved out to Sconset. And then this was put in its place following resilient Nantucket design guidelines, and it's elevated. And the chimney, even if it's faux, is an important character defining feature of a structure within the Nantucket Local and National Historic District. It's also consistent with building with Nantucket in mind. I think that, again, if it's not being used as a chimney, retaining its character should be there. Also, the 3-panel door, I think, is atypical for Nantucket in general. And I would recommend having what was either approved previously or maybe more of a cottage-style door to provide what they're looking for. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Diane, does your group have anything?
Yeah, I got to say that we believe the chimney should remain, that it's part of the view of the house, and it pulls it together and gives it some interest. So we are for the chimney remaining. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Val.
Since this is an infill, it's not an old house, I know that a chimney looks nice, but I don't think it's necessary per se. And I don't mind the door style either.
Okay. Joe?
I think given the style of the house that, and the way the chimney manifested at the previous approval, I think this house is okay without the chimney. And there are a lot of houses that need chimneys, but this one, I think the proportions and the roof lines lend itself to feeling appropriate without it. And as much as I think the previous door was appropriate, but this door feels appropriate as well to this style.
Thank you. Angus?
I think I have to agree with Holly and the Historic Structures Group. There are enough details about this that makes it feel old, and it was replacing something that was older. And I would be the previous front door. I don't have an issue with the back door, but the previous front door, all these sort of elements, the steep and narrow and vertical, make it seem more sort of Victorian, which is an earlier age, which there would be a fireplace or a chimney. And the door does, it is atypical. I don't know of another door like that on Nantucket. I think the long panels are good. It could be maybe 4 panel where there are 2 shorter ones and 2 longer ones up above it. But I think that the chimney is a important character defining element. It may be not necessary to do it exactly there. Maybe it gets shorter and could be somewhere else, but I think it should read as a real chimney with flashing. Not that it necessarily has to be break and go all the way down, but something that reads authentically in its details. Thank you.
Thanks. Abby?
I think that the chimney is oddly placed to start with. If that were to be placed more in an appropriate place, I would say keep the chimney. The door, I think I'm okay with the door, but I did like the original one with the lace around it. I thought it did look Victorian and more like the style that they're trying to do here. So, thank you.
Thanks, Abby. So, agree on the chimney in terms of, I think it's inappropriate location and proportion, height, width, everything. I do, however, think it needs a chimney, and I think if it were moved up the ridge and it could just penetrate at the ridge, it would be 3 feet tall, flash it out, make it look real. I think that would be appropriate. And I think the proposed door is okay. I prefer the bracelet window. I think that was much more appropriate. And the back door, this door is more appropriate than what was previously proposed. I think we have consensus, other than I'm not certain on the chimney, and I don't want to make the motion, but is there somebody who wants to?
I'll make a motion to hold for revisions.
Okay. Well, we'll do a vote on it. On your motion, Angus?
Aye.
Let's see, Val?
To hold for revisions? No.
Okay, so no being the options in Exhibit A.
I don't think we need to hold it, is
Okay,
my,
so that
yeah,
would be
yeah.
next, okay. Joe?
I guess I would vote no on the motion because I think the elements are few enough and the applicant is knowledgeable enough that I think we could craft an Exhibit A that would potentially satisfy everybody's concerns.
Thanks. Abby?
Oh, boy, I just don't
It is now. Do
Say it again.
you want me to say that again?
No, we heard it.
I didn't hear it, though. I kind of need to hear it.
I kind of wanted to hear back from Ben. I kind of wanted to hear back from Ben what he thought of our thoughts, because you know, he's going to build it and he's going to make it. So I just want to know we're going in the right direction. So I'd like to.
I want to get my comments in before we.
Yeah.
I love how you jump in there, but double feet, it's cool, but on the concept of the motion, we're still voting.
Yeah, so I would say yes.
A yes to
Yes.
all three revisions?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm a no. I think we can do this with an Exhibit A, subject to Joe doing Exhibit A. And on the concept of asking the applicant what they want to do, Ben, deep respect, no question there, but really the only thing that's up in the air is whether we allow you to eliminate a chimney or relocate it, and I think that's our determination to make, not the applicant, so. I'm good with relocating the chimney and the door changes that were proposed.
Yeah, and if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, because I had said that I was fine with the chimney being removed, but I hadn't contemplated the relocation, and I really like that idea. I think that's the best of all worlds. So if it went to I think, what is it, on the west elevation, if it slid up and ended up coming out of that mass, or if it came out of the main ridge in the center of the building,
Okay.
I'd be fine with it. So I just wanted to mention that I think I've done a 180 on the chimney, and I actually would be in favor of keeping the front door as it was approved previously.
Okay. So now we've got, I think we have consensus on the chimney. We could move it up just to register, I think keep it simple. Don't have to build a cricket. It could go split the ridge, just slide up on the west elevation to the ridge, would be my comment.
Of where it is now?
Yeah, just slide it up on the west, so in the south, it would just be, the south elevation, it would be penetrating the ridge. On the west elevation, it would be penetrating the ridge. On the north and the east, it'd be the same.
Can you maybe point out what you're saying?
When you say ridge, I think the main ridge.
Can you bring the drawing up? Or stay right there. This is it. That's the chimney.
On the main ridge?
The chimney would just, instead of, on this ridge rather.
Okay.
So, yeah, go to the next one up.
'Cause I think
Can I make
on
a
the
quick
main
comment
ridge
on
it would
that?
look weird.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna say it because Mickey called me out on this once when I tried to do a fake chimney, that if the chimney breaks through a ridge, but there's a window below it, it's a dead giveaway that it's fake. So I'd rather put it on the main mass, set back, let's say 12 feet from the face of the building, so it looks like it comes to the
Just
center of the
offset off
building.
the
right,
ridge.
here, go to the south elevation. So here,
I think you're right.
it could just come out and up. And then this, so basically you wouldn't see this. This would be shorter, so you'd have a chimney popping up through the ridge. And it's not where the window is if it's tied up to the corner board here.
It's the window on the lower left. If you,
Oh, there's one on this side?
yeah, right, you can barely see it. If you
Can we
bring that
go
up,
scroll up a little?
I'm sorry, what?
Scroll up.
yeah, those double windows right there.
Right, it would come through those.
I got you, Ben. That makes sense. And what are you suggesting?
I would just suggest that we put it on the main mass, but set back from the gable face, let's say 10 feet or something like that. So it looks like it comes up through the center of the building and it wouldn't.
Okay.
Just
Yeah,
to
I
the
mean, because
left of
let's
the
keep
gable.
in mind that, you know, you can have a 5 bay with a front door and the chimney's in the center of the building and it's lined up over a window and a door.
Right.
So it's not,
Right.
as long as it's in on the ridge and it's not near the edge, it makes sense.
Okay.
Joe, are you comfortable drawing that as an exhibit A if we get to that?
Yes.
So, and then, I don't want to keep going on this,
Yeah.
but it seemed like we have consensus on the door as proposed, the front door and the rear door. So,
As proposed.
I like the front door as it was previously approved.
As it
I
was
thought that was
previously
more
approved.
appropriate.
we're here, what do you think?
Previous, you like
Or
the previous or the proposed?
I'm asking you.
I think if we're going Victorian, I like the previous.
Yeah. Okay. Angus?
I like the previous door, and could we just do the chimney centered on the two gables, the front gable and the side gable?
There you go. Yeah, that's where I was
And
going.
Exhibit A?
Yeah.
Yep, that's it. So it sounds like, Ben, you didn't get quite nearly what you wanted, but we did.
Yeah, I know my clients don't want that front door. I mean, could we hold this for revisions and we could explore some other door options and come back to you?
Yeah, we'd like to have the chimney changed though, so we
Yep,
don't have to
I understand
revisit that.
I think somebody made that motion earlier.
Yeah. Well, we kind of matured the concept
We did,
quite a
yeah.
bit, to the point that it should be a slam dunk next time. So, motion hold for revisions. Angus, you want to make that motion again?
Hold for minor revisions.
Okay, thank you, Angus, on your motion.
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Val,
I guess I,
and I'm an aye. Okay, well, I mean, it sounds like the door kind of took us back in the direction of getting owner input, so fair enough. Okay, we are
Thanks,
now on
everybody.
to 30, thanks, Ben, 36 Tennessee. Good evening, Matt.
Good evening.
Yeah, can I share?
Oi, 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 oi.
Matt, you gotta hit accept to get you over there.
It hasn't passed me yet.
there is.
Joining.
Matt, when you're ready.
Where's the chair? Okay.
I just want to announce, we're going to be stopping at 8:25 in order to process items at the end of the general administrative operational stuff.
Okay. So with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll just jump into it.
Yep.
Thank you so much. So you actually saw this structure last week, or this property last week, where we moved the existing center historic mass across the street. And so we're here before you with the new proposed dwelling, which is indicated on the site plan. It's the lot that's north. There is a paper road that separates the two lots. So we did show the existing footprint in terms of comparison. Square footage wise, it's similar in size and scale. We've rotated the structure so it's perpendicular to the paper road, if you will. And then also, obviously, we're being cognizant of the wetland setbacks and zoning setbacks. And so with that, I will just jump to the elevations. So this is the south elevation is the street elevation. So a couple things. One is the structure is 25 foot 6 inch tall. So it, because of where it is, the zoning requires that, but it's 6 inches under what the maximum could be. But the intent with this structure is that it's a simple structure with some additive massing. Obviously, we have some site constraints, but tried to not have it be too expressive. We did a lot of research of the Nantucket area. And so the trim detail is very simple. It's a 1x6 with a shadow board, a really simple eave. The colors on the structure are gray, gray trim and gray sash. Open any suggestions you may have or thoughts regarding the sash color, but the gray on gray was our intent. I just noticed actually on the application, it says white, but that is not our intent. That was a mistake on my part. So again, gray trim. The intent here is the structure to fit into the landscape. That's why we went with the gray trim. With that, go around to the east and west elevations. On the north elevation, which faces towards the creek, you'll see that we actually have a series of pent roofs, if you will. Because we're in such close proximity to the wetlands, and I know this is not necessarily under your jurisdiction per se, but the rationale for it not to post down is just so that we're not disturbing area that's closer to the wetlands. And so we have a very modest second floor deck. I think it measures about 6 feet, but it is cantilevered with a bracket detail, and you can kind of see that in the east and west elevations. Window types are 2/2, and French doors or 4 lights. So again, the intent here is just to try and keep things really simple. And so with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Matt. Holly, do we have?
Yes, comments from myself as well as comments that were provided by the former Mattocket Advisory Group, which I do notice that Bruce's hand's raised, so after I speak, if it's okay, I can let him speak.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, replacing the circa 1938 colonial revival that you allowed to be moved across the street, the middle portion, hopefully another portion of the structure is also going to be moved or so and not demolished. Appreciate the new dwelling is located in a similar location with the original historic structure. It's a shame it couldn't have been adapted, the existing structure couldn't have been adapted for the new owners. The new dwelling is also in a U shape, very consistent with the previous. I was curious on how it relates to the structure that once stood, the gambrel that's been moved across the street, because I understand that Oklahoma is a paper road, but nonetheless, it does bisect their properties. It'd be nice to see maybe how that they work with one another. There were concerns provided, which I know Bruce will bring up, but about the siting in Concom's review. I didn't see a site plan reflecting any of the wetlands, which what Concom would be looking at. But I did want to point out, which I have mentioned, that one regulatory board doesn't dictate another. However, knowing that this site is restrained due to wetlands, that might be beneficial to know. I did want to mention about the cantilever. I think that's an atypical feature. Mattocket is quirky in its nature, but I don't think that's something that you see too often unless it was a full, 1970s structure. And I don't think that's where this is going. This is more of a cottage that's kind of evolved over time. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. Before we go to Bruce, are there any abutters?
Yes. I have Sarah Elger has her hand raised as well. I'm assuming she represents the abutter.
Okay, Sarah, just for clarification, do you represent an abutter?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chair.
Okay, please proceed.
Oh, you want me to go now?
Yeah, so Holly, then we go to abutters, and then if there's anyone else from like work groups or anything. So you're
Okay. Well, I represent the people directly to the west. And I think the concern really about this structure is it just seems like such a bulky structure. The cantilever is an issue. It's very atypical. We'd rather see the building. I see that it's got room to be pushed back. We'd rather see it get pushed back closer to the paper road and maybe be able to put posts down and be a more typical structure. We'd also like to see more additive massing as opposed to just what this is. And I think those are really my comments. I agree with what Holly was saying.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Bruce. And Bruce, please identify your group members. If you're speaking, we cannot hear you.
I don't see him up there.
Holly, are you switching them over?
She has to. Bruce, you need to unmute, please.
Remember when we didn't know how to use this stuff?
Baby like me now. There you go.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted now.
Yep, we can hear you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. The members of the former Mattocket Advisory Board have reorganized into a Mattocket Application Review Group. After the Mattocket Advisory Board was disbanded, the 8 members of this community group have been acknowledged in the past by the HDC and Concom as being allowed to submit one message stating community concerns rather than submitting 8 or more separate messages stating the same thing. I hope that answers the question.
And we're going to acknowledge Margaret tonight, so go ahead, Mark.
Okay, as such, I've been asked to convey 3 concerns regarding the posted application for 36 Tennessee, which is included in the packet. It was shown under the heading of new business for December 10th, but for both 34 and 36 Tennessee. Those two properties were also listed to be reviewed during the January 7th HEDC meeting, presumably because the two are interdependent, because 34 is to become the future home of the relocated center section of the 1938 structure that's currently on 36, with the two side elements to be demolished. Now 34 Tennessee is no longer included in the HDC agenda. Both properties are visible from public ways. Of course, there's also the issue of destroying two sections of the existing historically designated structure and relocating the center structure.
Bruce, I'm sorry, but Bruce, no, just to be clear, like that's been addressed. Like at this point, I don't know that I was active on the last one. I don't recall.
Okay, we weren't aware that it was
So
previously
Bruce,
addressed.
forgive me, Bruce, earlier we had enough interruptions. So.
Well, I'd like to continue. It won't take long.
Bruce, just cut him off. I'm not going to go back and forth. Bruce, you're welcome to speak. We're speaking about 36 Tennessee. If you have comments on the architectural elements, we're more than interested in hearing them, please. Thank you.
You want to unmute him? Sometimes too.
Holly is unmuting you.
Sometimes they can't hear if you're speaking.
Okay, I thought I was muted, but I'm not. Okay, I'll stick to 36.
Thank you.
We previously provided comments regarding 36 because we were informed by the applicant just a few weeks ago, January 9th, that the architectural plan does not line up exactly with the site drawing. Hence, that project was continued. Those drawing discrepancies ought to be corrected in the packet before the application is reviewed, so the HDC commissioners, staff, and public can review the fully coordinated and corrected site and architectural plans for 36 Tennessee. We didn't see a revised set of those plans in that packet for today's meeting.
Okay, Bruce, I'm gonna stop you there because I just want to get a clarification. Matt,
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Yeah, so on the Concom application, I believe that the front, basically the house shifted, I think, like maybe like 3 feet to basically coordinate with the front setback. So the house, so it is going to shift probably like 3 feet, but it's like nominal, honestly. So, I mean, if you want to hold it up for that, we can hold it up for that, but it's not going to move dramatically.
And 3 feet in which direction?
I think it moves 3 feet closer to the road, I believe.
So
I could find out, we could show you exactly where it was, but it's not a significant.
No, I mean,
move.
Bruce brings up a valid point. I want to
Yeah,
address it well.
100%.
It's topical, so you're saying he's saying it doesn't align. You're saying that yes, it's going to move forward towards Tennessee, 3 feet. And that is given that, I mean, take a look at the site plan. It's quite a distance from Tennessee.
Yes.
So given that information, I'm okay with proceeding with this, but I wanted to clarify whether it was
No,
true and if it is what it was. Okay.
he's correct,
So
but
Bruce, please go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, it's almost impossible to hear you. I guess you're pretty far from the mic, but I think you just told me I could continue.
Yep.
Okay, we believe the existing structure is important to the historic preservation efforts to both Nantucket and Nantucket's national and local historic district. The Massachusetts Historical Commission, which we refer to as MHC, has designated 36 Tennessee as being of historic nature to Nantucket. MHC contends the architectural qualities of the existing structure are compatible with the effort in Nantucket to maintain the rural nature of the community and to try to maintain the historic character of this Nantucket neighborhood. That's a quote from MHC. If we review the property on the town's GIS, it's designated with a red triangle, meaning that there is a, quote, National Register Historic Places and Local Historic District significance.
Bruce,
And that it is part of the
Bruce.
MHC Historic
Bruce,
Inventory.
Bruce,
Yes.
you're referring to the structure that's already been approved to be moved. So we're taking comments on the architecture that's being proposed on 36 Tennessee.
Okay. The proposed project changes the neighborhood's historic characteristics. And it's part of a trend of demolishing properties, having community architectural and historical characteristics in order to build a project such as this, which we consider to be out of character in the neighborhood as we struggle to maintain the rural nature of the community and the historic character of this part of Nantucket. We think there are other ways to address these concerns. Plenty of space on 34 to build this thing and not affect the historic nature and the characteristics. And Mr. Chair, we believe in this instance, the applicant should go through the Concom process before coming to HDC because the Concom's review of the requested 7 variances from the wetland protection regulations could result in a revised plan. So we'd like to request that further review of 36 be rescheduled to allow time to address the scope of the concerns, to give the HDC time to receive and review corrected plans, even though we're being told, oh, they're just minor, to consider the historic values and how to maintain the community's character, and how to allow the needed 7 variances to be resolved, which could clearly affect the plans that are currently submitted and being reviewed by the HDC. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Okay, now we have, let's see, me, Abby, Angus, Val, and Joe. Who'd like to begin?
I'll try.
Val.
Okay. I was just looking at the pictures of the building that has been approved to move, and just for clarification of what I'm looking at for the new drawings, I think there might be some cardinal point issues. North faces the water, right?
Yes.
Nat?
Yes.
Okay, so in the pictures that we're looking at of what was there or is there getting moved off, it says the front door is north, and that confused me.
Yeah, you're right.
So, thank you for the clarification. In some ways, this building is simple, but for me, I think it reads as one mass, especially if I'm looking at it from the south, because it is really one long across roof mass with some minor adjustments to make it break and seem like separate massing. So what I'm missing is, I feel that's a more contemporary approach. There are some little small appendages, but I don't feel additive massing really per se. And that's, I think, what I'm missing a lot of, because Nantucket is so funky, like they would drag a piece of a building over and just add it onto a house. So there's that. And I think the north facing the water is over fenestrated, and the cable deck, I'm not sure I've seen any out there. So again, it's a more contemporary feel. So I would like to see a little more additive massing, more one-story, like complete masses, not just little porches and stuff. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Val. Let's see, Angus.
Thank you. So I agree with what Val was saying. Looking at thinking about the north, but looking at it in profile, let's take the west elevation. I appreciate that the wings getting pulled back to sort of break it up, but because they're still full 2 stories and the windows all sort of line up with each other with the windows and doors on the north elevation, it still reads as one big block. The fenestration on the first floor was a concern. I'm thinking that maybe the vegetation would limit that so that it wouldn't read so much. But when you look at the previous structure there, even though there was a large picture window, um, it wasn't like from corner board to corner board of glass with combination of windows and doors. So um, I would much prefer to see a stepping down and less formality. These aren't in the north elevation. This isn't exactly symmetrical. It looks like the left side is a little bit higher than the right side wings, but it's 2 windows on either side, 2 doors on either side. And in the main mass, it's perfectly symmetrical. So I don't think it's really responding to the funk and sort of inconsistencies in Mattakit. So I do appreciate the sort of the U formation responding to the previous structure that was there. And I agree about the cable railing. That seems atypical. I'm not as concerned with the cantilevering of the deck. I know we try to avoid that, but I think from a distance and looking at the north elevation, it won't be as noticeable as if you were sort of driving up beside it. But I do think that the 2 doors on either side of the 3 windows on that north balcony, it would be better with a shingle rail or something that would make those feel more like windows than symmetrical doors with glass going all the way down. So that's what I have for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. Abby?
Yeah, I agree. I feel that this design is just too boxy, and I would either do the additive mass the way the old one was, where you had the hierarchy was that the main mass was in the middle and then the smaller ones on the side, or you telescope back like a lot of the Mattakit homes have that kind of additive massing. I think the windows are, too vertical for Mattakit. And I think the second floor balcony that would be on Hither Creek is sort of overwhelming. And I think the brackets themselves are sort of overscaled. I'd like to see something more Mattakit, something simpler, something additive, as if you'd seen it grow over the years. So, thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Joe?
Yeah, well, if I put myself in, I'm going to be presumptuous, put myself inside the applicant's head working on this project, I think I'd feel frustrated because you need more room to move around, because all of the wonderful things about Mattakit, the rambling nature and the playfulness and all that, feel like they've been strained out of this design because of all the setbacks and then the program, and it's an upside down house, and all of those things have made it lose some opportunities, because there aren't opportunities with this volume to have single-story masses and have the playfulness that I know that you're skillful at employing. So it's I have a hard time speaking specifically about certain things. I think it's more of a general feel Well, I'll speak specifically about the cable rail and the bracketed, like some of those elements, I think could actually be woven into a design that feels appropriate to Mattocket. I mean, there's a bunch of like boathouse type structures, and there's cupolas, and there's lots of interesting things happening along that waterfront that pull from, I don't know, I guess the coastal like boat vernacular and all that, and the more utilitarian buildings that you'd see, I think could be pulled into this. It feels a little constrained, and I think that has manifested as something that feels like it was all done at once instead of being added onto over time. And I think the consistency of the fenestration that was mentioned, all of those things start to, I think, be the result of that. And I think somebody mentioned contemporary, and that may be just that it's everything, the windows line up vertically, and there's a symmetry about it, and there's a somewhat of a rigidity about it that seems a little bit counter to Mattocket. And I know that, like, the existing house had a symmetry and a primary mass, but there is definitely some playfulness there that happened because the program was less. So I don't know, that's not specifically helpful, but I know for you, you could probably take that and think through how that would be interpreted.
Yeah.
All right, those are my comments.
Thanks, Joe.
Oh, and can I say one last thing? Sorry. I think maybe 2 years ago, I was on this property, and it might be worth, mentioning, like, the site plan. I know that we have a paper road, Oklahoma, that bisects these two properties. And thing is, that road doesn't exist except on paper, which might be worth noting. And you drive through this grove of trees, and the turnaround is actually in the middle of Oklahoma. And there's no perception whatsoever that there's even a house there from Tennessee. And there's all of the wetlands. There are wetlands not only on the harbor side, but there's an inland wetland between Tennessee and Oklahoma that would prevent the removal of any of that vegetation that's there. So I think that this building is going to be heavily screened from Tennessee. Now, if Oklahoma somehow becomes a traveled way, the house you're designing on this back lot would be fronting right on that street. But I think the wetlands that are here prohibit this from ever being seen from Tennessee. If it's just the way that it reads on the site plan is completely different than how it reads in the field. I think that's worth noting. Okay, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, Matt, where to start? I agree with the comments that have been made. I think Joe gave them a level of, a flavor on a specific level of what elements could or might not work. And the bigger picture is concept of too much bulk and not enough funk. But, the visibility, I think, is a question for me. I'm gonna do a view. To the extent this is viewable, yeah, I mean, I agree with all the comments. You could go through and review Angus's, Abby's, Vale's, and then Joe's kind of flavor and seasoning to tease those out a little bit. But for me, I want to go back and I need to do a view on this.
Okay. If I could, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I do know that I did get a lot of great feedback, and I think that I can take that and make some changes for sure. But I do think the visibility component is important, but we obviously want to still make a beautiful building that's contextual. But so I do think that there's been some comments that while they weren't hyper-specific, I definitely got the flavor.
Okay, and then the only other comment I'm gonna have, Matt, is this structure, if I recall correctly, what was moved off was a little bit elevated versus, not a lot, but a little bit. I see a 6-inch plus or minus increase in grade. I personally am not in favor of that at all. I don't think it's necessary. The view, you're right on, you got the view there. It doesn't need to go any taller. And and also I do appreciate the fact that you're not going, 28 feet, 26.5 or 26.6 here. What's the max there?
25.
Oh, I thought it was 26.
I think it's 26.
Well, wait a minute.
No, VR zoning is 25.
Well, we're at 25.5.
Well, there's a little grade difference.
Yeah, we can verify that.
Okay, so
Thought we
definitely
looked
don't want to go up any higher.
Yeah.
That was the point I was trying to make more simply.
One-
Okay, so.
If I just
Matt,
throw one
go ahead.
comment out too, real quick, just I talked to the owner before this, and with the sea level rise, things like that, they're asking, is there any provisions in Mattocket, specifically in the creek, to account for flooding?
If it's outside a FEMA requirement, no, because it's, the design flood elevation is what's anticipated forward.
To that point, that's the reason why we asked for the ferment map, because your surveyor is identifying you're actually in a flood zone.
Yeah, we're not, but
Yeah.
in the future, there's been some, great literature that's just been released that just talks about 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, and
I'm thinking the polar caps are coming back now.
they're coming, they're coming.
After last week.
All right, well,
Okay, so we're gonna get a motion to hold for revisions.
Okay.
So moved.
Abby, on your motion?
I'm an aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Matt, I'm sorry, were you done? I didn't mean-
what do you mean, with my comments?
Yeah, I thought you were, but then I thought I heard something and I was
just trying,
just making sure.
trailing off. It's late. It's
Shut
late.
you off.
It's a 12-hour
Okay.
day. Well, have a wonderful evening. Thank you for all your time and efforts.
Thank you, Matt.
Appreciate it.
So, yeah, I figured, with the earlier theatrics, maybe we could end a couple of minutes early with a note to please review the minutes.
Mr. Chair, if you'll see on that updated agenda, I crossed out August 20th. There's some changes or editing that needs to be done before I actually send it to you for review. So I apologize on that.
Okay, so we'll do a minutes approval next week.
Can I make a comment on the minutes? You had mentioned at one point, I thought, that it seemed like a good idea to do them going forward and go back and catch up.
Yeah.
I think there's some validity to that, because it is so difficult to turn anything back in unless you listen for an hour and do your own transcript. I just wanted to say that. And then I saw somewhere, I can't remember where, that there's software that will type what you say.
So I can actually comment on both those things.
Okay.
One is, I know that there are efforts to systematize through AI and other software, and it's not as wonderful as we all had hoped. I say that differently, and Skynet's not gonna be taking over the world tomorrow or next week. But, so that's acknowledged. I do agree, and I will bring up softly, I don't think we need a formal vote, that what we really do need to focus on, just let's work on the minutes as they're coming out and backfill, because what's relevant now is what just happened. So that's really important.
I think so too.
So I'm glad you brought that up. And the town, I think, is still working on a minutes maker. I think I'm involved in a meeting on that Thursday, so we'll see what happens.
I just feel that it's gonna be so much more helpful going forward, because going back and looking and improving things from April, which we've moved past so far,
Yeah,
is.
no, it's a valid point. It was valid when it was brought up. Angus?
Oh, I just wanted to say that in reviewing the minutes, it seems like there are 2 or 3, maybe more formats, and it would be great to make that consistent. And I don't know if, we all want to vote on our, our favorite or best way to format that, but I think consistency would be helpful.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so with that all said, I think we're ready for a motion to adjourn.
I'll make that motion to adjourn.
Okay, great. On your motion, Val.
Aye.
It'll just be members sitting here, no offense, Angus, all in favor, say
Oh,
aye.
what a